fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rid of the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to
Oh my god!
Oh.
Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get involved!
Section's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go!
Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
It's time for the big one. This is the international division of the Majors series here on SimSpeed TV, and it is the 2021 Indianapolis 500. We got 200 laps around Indianapolis Motor Speedway coming up very shortly for you today, Saturday the 15th of May 2021 over here in Australia, with quite a varied international field here in the international division. We've also got 40 drivers in the service, so the track is going to be quite packed out there today. My name's Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box as per usual is Ryan Jones. Ryan, Indianapolis, what more can you say about it? A brilliant place for racing, a very historic place, and a very challenging oval, especially in these Dallara IR18 Indy cars.
This specific race, the Indy 500, is one of the crown jewels of world motorsport, isn't it? It is revered by drivers from not just the IndyCar series, of which this event is run, but from drivers as far-flung as Formula One, NASCAR, down here in supercars as well. Drivers would love to go and have a chance at racing in the Indy 500. It's the greatest oval race in the world, depending on who you ask. Some NASCAR fans, like myself, might have a different opinion, but it's right up there, one of the greatest events in the world, and the prestige to win this is some of the best. And as a result, we're going to see an almighty fight to lay claim to tonight's victory and to kiss the proverbial virtual bricks.
Indeed, and potentially looking to have a nice frosty glass of milk at the end. We've got plenty of former podium getters in this event in the past couple of years, still taking part. Back in 2019, it was Cameron Dance, John King, the late John King, and Eric Thorpe on the podium. In 2018, it was Jake Fox, Alexander Sheridan, and Josh Nowak. Last year, in 2020, Will Leslie, Dean Mullen, Scott Newton were the podium places in the Majors International Indy 500. And of those guys from 2020, only Newton is competing, but Cameron Dance is still there. And we've still got Jake Fox in there as well, who's put himself very nicely in the practice session at the moment. He's currently sitting P5. As now we're going to take a look at the championship standings going into this round. And last round, the Nürburgring 2.4 had quite a dramatic end. Cameron Dance still leads the championship, but by a reduced margin, because he unfortunately had a crash on the last lap of the Nürburgring 2.4, and Thomas Hinz, who won the overall Porsche class, has rocketed up into second place in the standings as a result of that, holding on to that second place, with Harold Stadler keeping himself very nicely there in third too. And Stadler is topping the practice session at the moment, so he's coming out all guns blazing.
They are. We're going to see this continue to change over the course of this season that still remains. Still plenty of running to be had, plenty of variety still. It's far from just 3 or 4 drivers that could take out that title. Over in Sportsman, pretty close as well, and we'll see all the Sportsman drivers competing in this top split, the only split today as part of a massive 40-car grid. So Brad Clank leads on 72 points, only 6 points in advantage for him over JM Thomas. Jake Manhire a further 2 points back in third. Adrian Steppen, Brett Gerards making up your top 5. And in fact, covering the top 10, there's only 18 points. So really, really tight for that one.
Absolutely. It's a tight championship battle in all classes here in the Majors Series. In terms of the Pro Teams Championship, well, Kinetic International Pro is starting to make up a bit of ground there on TechSense Fitstye Motorsport, who has been pretty dominant this season, winning most of the races out there. The likes of Harold Stadler and Cameron Dance have been very tough competitors for the Kinetic boys to try and overcome. And it has been a pretty tough season for Kinetic, not least because of the passing of their founder, John King, who, as I mentioned before, finished second here in 2019. In terms of the rest of the sportsman teams, Gentlemen SimRacing Club has a nearly 100-point advantage, 91 to be exact, over Middle Finger Racing Sports White. But from fourth on back, it's looking quite interesting. Only a points difference there between Bethel Sim Sports and the second Gentlemen SimRacing Club team.
Plenty of competition, isn't there, in the sportsman standings, and it's going to be awesome to see these guys fighting it out up here, and we'll see plenty of them taking it to our pros, I imagine, with the unpredictability that Indianapolis offers up. So look out for some new names up at the front of the order throughout today. Some of them coming from those sportsman rankings. Not from sportsman, though. Harold Stadler, very much a pro, and very much a contender to take out the outright victory. And maybe even still maybe make a charge to the title at the end of the season. Currently, top of the standings in practice.
Indeed he is. 39.301 is the time that he has at the moment. That is 17 hundredths of a second ahead of Matt Andrews in the number 47. Andrews, of course, taking his first Majors victory back in the Musket 250 in the second race there at New Hampshire just a couple of rounds ago. So he's still riding that one, and he makes it a Fitstye 1-2 up at the top of the field. But you really get a sense here for how much the draft is worth at a place like Indianapolis. It's flat out all the way around when you're on your own, but once you get up behind another car, the aero push starts to come in, and you certainly can't carry a huge amount of momentum into the corners, and we've got to be careful of crashes like that happening as well. This being an oval, the walls are close at all times.
When you lose an IndyCar, there's no saving it. With most other vehicles, you know, you get a slide, you can catch it, but in these cars, you're doing close to 400 kilometers an hour. That rear end comes around, there is no catching it, and you will most likely spear into that outside safer barrier, which will soften the blow somewhat, as long as you're in the corners and not on the straight where it's flat concrete. So it's another one of those reasons why it's so difficult on any oval in IndyCar. There's no room for any sort of error.
Yeah, absolutely. And new for 2021, and also last year in iRacing, the introduction of the aero screen on the IndyCars as well certainly changes the driver's experience somewhat. Doesn't make much of a difference to the specific field of view, and certainly in the sim you still have the luxury of air conditioning or racing in a nice cool room. Not so in real life for the drivers. They have to deal with increased cockpit temperatures as a result of less air blowing into that very slim cockpit there. Down the back straight here, coming into turns 3 and 4. In Indianapolis, from the air at the very least, it looks pretty simple. It's basically a rectangle, but every single turn is slightly different, Ryan, and that really changes how you can attack them.
Most certainly. And just to finish off that point on the aero screen, Reese, you know that big bar down the front to help stabilize and strengthen, you may think that's going to obscure the vision, and it doesn't. Well, it does and it does not, to both extents. You can see around it, for the most part. But when you are dead in the tire tracks of the car in front, and they're 75, 100 meters up the road, you will find their car getting slightly obscured, and sometimes you might just see a car moving about a little bit on a straight, and that can just be to get a bit of a sight for where actually that car ahead of them is situated and how far ahead they are, because you do find every now and then that car in front sitting in an awkward spot where that middle bar just blocks them from your view.
Yes, indeed. So let's see if drivers do that in the race. But we got qualifying to bring to you at the moment. And every driver is going to be qualifying at once in solo qualifying. So every driver will be alone on track on their end, but we'll be able to see everyone out there as we switch around as they work to get their laps done. And as usual, we have the Zoom crew on here. We've got Cameron Dance, Daniel Stevens, and Simon Mazzomo up on the top row. There's Gavin Barber down there, solo in the middle on the bottom row in his motion sim. Thomas Hinz and Jonathan Bain on the second row with, I believe, a bit of a newcomer there as well. That's Sean O'Hara on the middle right as well. So if we can check in with them from time to time, we'll be able to get a bit of an extra perspective on what it's like for the drivers out there, because just watching virtual cars go around a track doesn't quite tell the full story.
It doesn't. And that motion sim, it will be interesting if he has a crash tonight. If we manage to capture it on the Zoom. So, a rolling 4-lap average in qualifying here. One of the fun quirks of the Indy 500 is that qualifying format, and it really puts the pressure on to keep yourself in the game over more than just one lap, because you can find yourself overdoing it in the first lap or so and fading really quickly in that last lap of the run. So you've got to be able to put all four together, not just two, not just three, all four.
Yeah, absolutely. You might just have to measure yourself to start things off. As we check out Cameron Dance making his way around the circuit. And Cam, well, did a 39.458 in practice, so he is on the pace for that top group. Let's see what kind of times he can get out of that thing. We're still waiting for the actual 4-lap average to come in. It won't be posted until a driver has completed their full run, but Cameron is looking pretty confident out there as he crosses the line to start his third lap of 4. Turn 1, a bit tighter than it looks. It's very deceptive. You got to be very careful not to get into the wall around the outside. Let the rear end break away. Just keep it nice and stable as you can anyway, because, Brian, qualifying setups on these cars, they can end up getting set up pretty loose. You want to trim off all of the downforce you can for a qualifying run.
You do, but you can't afford to have a slide because it's all about the momentum. You're continuously building up momentum on these laps. As soon as you have a slide, it kills all of that. And it also goes for those little inside curbs as well. If you touch them, it'll trigger one of those slides and you'll be ruined. So, pinpoint accuracy is needed right now. There's Ryan DeCardia McCarthy, Vision Motorsport, is one of the first drivers to put down a 4-lap average. It's a 39.6 for him, and it's towards the lower reaches of the laps so far. Eric and Tilly, 39.529. His average. That
Pretty
leaderboard
good.
on the left is showing their best laps by the looks of it. But his average puts him on the top.
And Cam,
Yeah, Jack Starr's going second. Cameron Dance fourth race.
indeed. Harold Stadler not quite able to match his pace in practice on a 4-lap run. So Stadler currently third, Dance fourth. But Antilli up at the top, certainly was not expecting that one. Thomas Hinz, 39.7 on that particular lap. And he's currently on the final lap of his run at the moment. Just coming out of turn 2. They'll be reaching 370 kilometers an hour on the run up to turn 3. Kinsey just touches 372 on turn in, slightly wide of the apex in turn 3. But that might not harm him too much. As long as he keeps up the momentum, he'll be all good. He's coming off the high of a win in the Nürburgring at 2.4. Let's see where this puts him. And that is the laps done. A 39.678 average for Thomas Hinz. And that puts him 22nd overall. Well, at least he'll be able to potentially work his way up if something goes wrong in front of him. Those first laps of the Indy 500 have a lot of potential to be chaotic.
Jake Fox, he spun on his 3rd lap, and as a result, he will have to start at the very back of this massive field. It was coming out of turn 4. He had his left sides just below the white line, and he didn't touch the curb, but the car, the rear end just came around, so maybe the setup's just a bit loose, not liking the car being that low on the exit, and it did not settle for him. He gapped it off the fence, and he completed his 4th lap, I think, but fortunately, due to that spin, not even, no, he didn't complete his lap, that's why. But yeah, he starts from the back.
Well, for a former winner, that's certainly not the start you'd want to get off for the night. 39.596 lap for Bradley Wingard there on his 3rd lap. Pierre Cousin is also out there. Of the drivers that have yet to post their 4-lap rolling average, they are joined by Robert Northway. So we've only got 3 drivers left here, ready to set the field for the Indy 500. And Pierre, for the Belgian racing team, just running a little bit wide there in turn 3, keeping it nice and low in turn 4, barely touching the steering at all. Very responsive steering on these Dallara Indy cars. It looks like Robert Northway has officially begun his qualifying run as well as Pierre Cousin puts himself up the order. That's 25th overall for him.
Keep an eye on Bradley Wingard. This is not a bad run from him. His first lap was very, very good.
Well, he's on the 4th and final lap of his run at the moment. And just coming out of turn 4. A little bit of a wiggle on the exit for Brad.
Somewhere around Philip Morton expects him to go. Way higher.
7th.
P10.
Oh, P10. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong timing screen there.
Very good effort then from Bradley Wingard.
Indeed.
Knew it was going to be good, but he still caught us by surprise.
Yeah, he'll be right chuffed with that one. So Robert Northway is going to be the final driver to set a time here with only 2 minutes to go in the session. 39.695 for his first lap. It's a 6.77 for his second.
Not promising.
Yeah.
They're not good numbers. For reference, if you look at what Wingard just did, his first lap was a 5.09, so already Northway the better part of 0.2 away on his first lap, and his second lap, his second lap was it's a 10th away as well.
So I'd probably expect Robert Northway to be in around the area of Julian Mookie or Adrian Stefan, somewhere in the final quarter of the field. Oh dear, that looked very sketchy for Robert out of turn 1. A little bit of slight oversteer he had to correct, and I think he might have just grazed the wall there. Not too sure if that's 0x contact, but either way, he is going to continue.
The only drivers that won't set times are Jake Fox, so he's the only driver to have a spin, potentially except Jake Manhire, who put in a very slow effort at 47, his average. And then Sean Brown and Robert Northway, so 3 drivers without times. It is a contact with the wall, a 0x. That invalidates his whole effort.
It's a big shame for the number 46 from New Zealand, but at the end of it all, this is going to be the starting grid for the Indy 500. Eric Antilli is on pole. Fantastic performance from him. Jack Stiles is going to join him there on row 1. Harold Stadler and championship leader Cameron Dance on row 2, with Matt Andrews and Daniel Stevens completing the top 6. In 7th, it's going to be Simon Mazzomo, with Mitchell Bales starting alongside him. Gavin Barber and Bradley Wingard are going to round out the top 10. And once again, I mean, Bradley Wingard, a very pleasant surprise from him.
Most certainly is. Shane Bowen and Scott Newton share row 6. John Sorensen and Alexander Sheridan starting off 13th and 14th. Sean O'Hara and Jonathan Bain lining up behind them. Darryl Hockey and Matthew Ragsdale out of 17 and 18. Adam Cahill and Philip Morton round out your top 20.
Dean Alessi and Johnny Bell posted the exact same 4-lap average. They're starting 21st and 22nd. Thomas Hinz and Ryan DeCartier McCarthy, 23rd and 24th. On the 13th row, it's going to be the Belgian Pierre Cousin, along with Julian Mookie. Adrian Steffen and Phil Otto share row 14. And then on row 15, it is going to be Ilya Sharmov and Connor Brown. Indy 500 fields usually cap out at 33 cars in real life, but we've got over 40 here.
Yeah, they usually have 3 wide starts as well, but not going to quite go for that. Matt Hunter, 31st. Peter Matson, 32nd. Dylan Gray and Brad Clank starting 33rd and 34th. Craig Hawkins, J.M. Thomas, Jake Manhire, 36th and 37th, and then the 3 drivers who did not set times, Jake Fox, Sean Brown, and Robert Northway. And it's just finally occurred to me, or I've remembered that Sean Brown is in fact race control, so he will in fact be doing race control things.
Indeed, and we have a 39 car grid for this Indy 500, so I'm looking forward to seeing how these opening laps pan out. We've got the official iRacing pace car there up at the front, going to lead the field away on the formation lap in just a couple of seconds. The timer has reached 0 and all of the drivers have made their way onto the grid. And the sole kinetic car up at the front there, Eric Antilli, leads them away as the pace car pulls off. But it is a proper 4-pronged attack from Fitstye Motorsport, with Jack Stiles, Harold Stadler, Cameron Dance, and Matt Andrews rounding out the top 5 there. Daniel Stevens, though, for Middle Finger Racing, he's got himself up there very nicely, and he's going to be joined by Mitchell Bales and Gavin Barber just a couple of rows back. Simon Mazzomo also doing very well there for Fitstye. So I think that Kinetic, in terms of drivers like Alexander Sheridan, he's going to have to work his way up quite a bit. And Jake Fox, of course, starting near the rear. So Eric Antilli is going to be all on his own.
Top 10. I mean, it's basically all Fitstye and Middle Finger Racing. It's quite phenomenal how they've played that out. And then, of course, Antilli on pole for Kinetic. He's going to have teams ganging up on him. Wingard starting from 10th, and then the other odd one out is... I think that's it, actually. Yeah. So there's only 2 non-team cars inside the top 10. Middle Finger Racing with 3. TechSense Fitstye was 6 inside of the top 10 starting spots. They should be very strong at the start of this race.
They certainly should. Speaking of the start, we're about to get it underway. The pace car is going to pull in here to the pit lane. You got to enter off turn 4, which is certainly going to play some havoc for drivers. Eric Antilli is going to lead them away, but it's up to him as to when he goes, and he gets the jump. It's a good response, though, from Jack Stiles. Unfortunately, Harold Stadler did not quite get the jump, and Daniel Stevens having a slight run on him coming into turn 1. Lap 1 of the Indy 500 is underway, and Eric Tilly leads the way, but oh no, Harold Stadler has gone for a spin there. The caution is out, and oh goodness me, that is a huge smash. He's collected one of his team cars in the form of Philip Morton, and Mitchell Bales also suffering damage too. The iRacing new damage model in full display there.
Did not take long at all. And Philip Morton will be kicking himself. He drove himself into that wreck. If he'd stayed on the track, he'd have gotten through. But he dove down to the apron to miss the wreck and drove straight into it. It's a split-second decision, and he's just picked wrong. Just losing the rear, Stadler on cold tyres. Rear end did not grip. And the ensuing carnage takes out a number of his teammates. So that's the downside of having so many of your cars starting close together.
Yeah, if one of them makes a slight error, then all of them get caught up in it. So it's been largely 0-0 for Fitstye Motorsport at the start of this race, and man, that is going to be an incredibly awkward debrief after the race. You just see Harold Stadler going for that slight slide, and yeah, he will be kicking himself. He did that all on his own there, and when he got it spun back around, but the lack of momentum he was carrying with everyone coming up behind him, the other drivers just wouldn't have had much time to react to that.
So the reason more cars got involved, so it was really good reactions from Matt Andrews to basically check up and all but miss him. Mizomo behind was also slowing up quite a bit. Mitchell Bales on the outside didn't quite check up as much, and he's just clipped the back of Mizomo. That broke Bales' steering, and unfortunately sent him spearing back down the track into Mizomo, turned them both around, and then, as we already discovered, a couple cars made the wrong decision in diving to the apron and got caught up that way.
Mitchell Bales making his way out of the pits. He's gotten his spare car. That is the usual mode of operations in the Majors series. You get one spare car to use during the race, and Harold Stadler will be trying to go for that as well, but he's had a bit of trouble getting himself into his pit box with one of his wheels astray. He couldn't get it slowed down in time, so he's lost even more time there down on pit road. He has gotten the spare car put on though, and nice clean number 39 making his way out of the pits. Ilya Sharmov also going for a stop there. It looks like Simon Mizomo, meanwhile, is out of the car. So is Philip Morton.
We had a big mess at the back of the field as well on that start. They all checked up, and there was contact. Just trying to pinpoint where it started, and it might have been with... There we go. Found it. Ilya Shamov.
Right.
So they all checked up just a little bit, and, you know, like on the highway, one car brakes, the next car has to brake a bit more, so forth and so forth, and it eventually ended with Ilya Shamov hitting the brakes and spinning. And as he spun, he got hit by Matt Hunter.
Well, that's a big shame there. Yeah, that was actually on the start. A proper checkup. Looks to me like, yeah, Thomas Hins. Thomas Hins was just cruising there. Pierre Cousin got a bit of a jump early and had to get on the brakes, and that's what ultimately caused the checkup, it seems. So, two big messes to start off the International Majors Indy 500. Lights are off on the pace car, so we'll be getting a start at the end of this lap. Eric Tilly still holding on to the lead, and it's Jack Stiles and Cameron Dance that have completed the podium. Daniel Stevens, the main protagonist for Middle Finger Racing at the moment. Bradley Wingard made up 4 positions on that opening lap thanks to the incident. He now sits in 6th.
There's one more. Ragsdale copped a whack from Morton, who dived up his inside at turn 1. And that basically collapsed the whole front left of Ragsdale's car. He had to limp around for 2 laps before the pits opened. And I suspect by his now repaired front end, he has taken a spare car. So he has no more lives left as well.
That's the trouble with having a big incident this early. If you've taken your spare car and you have another big incident later on that results in a huge amount of damage, then you'll have no choice but to sit in the pits for upwards of 5 minutes or more, depending on how heavy your damage is. So the drivers that have managed to avoid that wreck will be breathing a sigh of relief. They have a spare car to use later on in the race. Pace car in, single file restart. Eric and Tilly leading them away once again, and he gets off to a good start. It's an alright response from Jack Stiles, but Cameron Dance and Daniel Stevens have been slightly left behind, and Matt Andrews in a bit of a no man's land there as well. That is quite the jump there from
Pierre Cousin. Pierre Cousin on the inside, getting a lot of spots, and now giving them all back.
Righto. So I think that's probably going to be a black flag for him as we see more takers onto pit lane. Jake Fox managing to bring it in there. We also have Brad Klenk, Ilya Shamov, and Dylan Gray down on the lane as well.
I believe, Reese, a number of them got black flags because of that checkup at the back of the field at the start of the race for passing. For passing before the start-finish line. And they received black flags, which they're now having to clear, which is why some of those have dove down to pit lane just on the restart.
Well,
Bradley Wingard with an issue.
Oh no.
Exit of turn 1, he's pulled down he's hit the fence, that's what he's done. Into the fence on the exit of turn 1, he pulls down to the apron to recover some speed, but what damage has that done?
Yeah, good question. I think that might at the very least be a bit of suspension damage. We can't see much visual damage on the car, though. Oh, it is looking a little bit raggedy, though, and he's lost a lot of momentum in turn 4, which leaves him open to an attack from Johnny Bell down on the front straight. So Bradley Wingard now walking wounded. He'll be kicking himself for that error. Just a little bit too much understeer in turn 1. But looks like he's managed to keep it going reasonably well. Up the front, Eric and Tilly is absolutely broken away. Jack Stiles has fallen back into the clutches of his teammate Cameron Dance, with the lapped car of Jake Fox involved as well, as we have another caution. There has been a crash out on circuit. Oh my goodness.
Peter Matson involved. He slams into the inside retainer. Philip Morton was spinning, and he was the catalyst. And it all started for him back at the scene of Wingard's collision as well. It's so easy to hit the fence on the outside of turn 1. That's what Morton did. And he couldn't recover like Wingard did. He tried to get back up onto the track in turn 2 and predictably spun out as he touched that banking. Nowhere for Matson to go. He'll be furious about that. And
Yeah,
lucky escapes for Northway and Manhire. Ragsdale. Oh no, Ragsdale's in it. He might be done for the day.
Yeah, not so lucky escape for him. There we go, straight into Philip Morton, and then you see, oh, big hit there. It's a big shame for those drivers. So I think at the very least, Philip Morton had already taken his spare car as a result of the lap 1 incident. So who knows whether or not he'll be done for the day. It looks like the chassis of the car is pretty intact. So I think at the very least, he's going to be spending a lot of time in pit lane.
I suspect he is done. What we saw, though, that's a perfect example of what to and what not to do. So Bradley hit the fence, and as soon as you can't keep it on the racing surface, you've got to get it. Well, as soon as you're down on the apron, I should say, you can't come back up until you're on the straight. Because as soon as you try to come back up through the corner, and you end up half on, half off that banking, they're still doing over 200 kilometers an hour. It's basically an instant. Well, it is an instant spin. as Morton demonstrated for us. So it's decisions like those which are going to greatly affect your race. It was a poor decision from Philip, that one. As Wingard comes in, he'll get some damage repaired, I suspect. I don't think his car was straight. I think he definitely is taking the spare one here because I suspect he was carrying a bit heavier damage than we might have initially suspected, Race.
Yeah, it looks like he's not using the spare car here, so he might have determined that the damage wasn't heavy enough to warrant a spare car. He is going to lose a lot of time in the pits, but he might still have that ace up his sleeve as Craig Hawkins and Matthew Ragsdale managed to get away from their pit boxes. Lights still on the pace car, so we're going to be under caution for another lap here. But it's been a very slow start to this Indy 500. Hasn't been much in the way of racing going on.
No, we've had a couple early cautions, but I think that was to be expected with 39 cars lining up for the start of this one. But I think the payoff is going to be some phenomenal racing towards the middle and the latter stages of this race. We'll still have plenty of cars left to fight with. And it always is a phenomenal fight to the end in the majors Indy 500. What was the margin of victory last year when we looked back? It was, what, 2/200ths of a second or something like that, Reese? Extremely tight.
Yeah, it was very close between Will Leslie and Dean Moll. I think Scott Newton was a little bit further back, but yeah, that battle between the two Kinetic teammates for victory was simply magnificent in the dying laps. Hopefully we get a finish similar to that this time round. Eric Antilli behind the pace car, just coasting along at 120 kilometers per hour. We saw the car of Peter Mattison getting away there up ahead. He's managed to make it back out onto the circuit. So he'll be bringing up the rear of the grid.
Definitely got no spare cars left now.
No. Certainly not. Well, take 3 then. Let's see if Eric Antilli can hold off the advances of the Fitzstye duo of Jack Stiles and Cameron Dance on the back straight here.
One of the interesting things about these single file restarts is the laps cars don't get filtered out. So we have Jake Fox restarting 4th in line. He's a lap down. He is well within his right and would be wise to try and race his way back onto the lead lap here.
Yeah, certainly. Try and make life a bit more difficult for Dance and Stiles and try and help out his teammate Eric Antilli up at the front. Will be interesting runnings here on the start of lap 11 of the Indy 500. Turn 4 for the pace car. So we'll be getting a restart on very, very shortly. Now, how closely will Jack Stiles shadow Eric Antilli this time round? He's pulling almost up to his rear diffuser, keeping it nice and close on the restart, but Antilli getting a good jump there once again. Stiles, though, still in the draft range. Cameron Dance has lost a bit of pace to him on the restart as well. So Eric leads the way into turn 1. A little bit more spaced out on this restart. As, oh no, there's been yet another spin. Adam Cahill, the caution is back out again. This is getting ridiculous now.
Cahill, what mistake did he make?
Slide in turn 1, went a bit too low.
Well, yeah. He did not look comfortable at all through turn 1. If we go for an onboard shot, we can look at his steering input. He wasn't smooth through the corner. He was bobbling quite a bit. He touched the top of the curb, but then looked to get it settled. No, he didn't actually. Just looking at it in slow-mo. As he touched that curb, it started a bit of a slow slide for him that finally caught up with him on the exit.
And you'll see Alexander Sheridan get into him right there. And Sheridan has gotten his left front busted from that one. Looked like only a minor hit there for Sheridan. I think the contact might have been a little bit misleading. But still, Sheridan will be carrying some slight damage from that one. So, another few laps under caution for us here.
Oh, let's go back to Mizomo, please, and look at his, because I just looked at Mizomo's view of that crash, and he was so close to being out of this race. He's currently 3 laps down, but there's a long way to go, and he can get his way back into it, but it was nearly done right there.
Oh yeah, I just saw it myself. Mizomo getting off the start, and this looks like a bit of a slow-mo shot happening here at the moment.
This is back at turn 2 of something.
Yeah, he missed Cahill by millimeters. Here we go. You see Cahill spin, and then ran over a bit of debris as well, but largely getting away with it. Very lucky for the 051.
And luck isn't something that often sits on Mizomo's side. He'll have you know. Quite a few cars down on pit road on lap 13 here. On our third caution, you can see a number of them with damage to their cars. A few more diving into the back of the shot as well. So, busy pits at the moment. Pit stops aren't going to be long and drawn out. They're very quick in IndyCar. It's just 9 seconds for a full tank of fuel. And tyres are covered under that period as well. Very efficient pit crews in the IndyCar series.
Indeed. The majority of the drivers making their way out of pit lane here. And I guess now that we are under caution, we can talk a little bit about strategy. You say that it does only take 9 seconds to refill a full tank of 70 litres in an Indy car. Well, a full tank stint can run anywhere from 29 to 33 laps, depending on your fuel burn, and there's a lot of attributes that work into that fuel burn. Not only will you use less fuel in the draft, but drivers also have the option of using a fuel map. So we might see them using lower fuel maps if they have a good gap to the cars behind and can stay in a draft, or if they're just sitting behind one of their competitors and they can extend that fuel stint even further.
Well, right now they're extending their fuel stint massively. All this running under caution is going to push them out to probably lap 40, 45 maybe even. We've run 15 laps and 3 or 4 of them have been under green. So they're going to be getting quite a bit more mileage out of this first tank than they would have expected, which is going to push their strategy for the entire race backwards. Those seatbelts right now are probably a little bit overkill under the current state of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Well,
But
yeah.
just wait till we go back to 380 kilometers an hour. Hey, Reyes.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavin Barber will certainly be getting a good rollicking there in that seat. We'll be staying on with him for the restart. We've only got 2 turns to go until we get a restart on, and Barber just coasting his way down the back straight, trying to stay within a good range of the cars ahead. The last car to exit the pit lane, Johnny Bell, has just made his way out. So he'll probably be running right there at the back. Craig Hawkins just up ahead of him as well, making their way back onto the circuit. So Eric Antilli is letting the pace car pull away slightly through turns 3 and 4. You just see it up ahead. The restart gets going. And Eric Antilli gets the jump once again. Gavin Barber, way down in the field, responds. And the concentration face is on. Looks like Barber's lost a slight bit of momentum there to the cars in front, but into turn 1 for the first time. Have a look at how much the seat moves there going through turn 1. Manages to keep it nice and stable, though, as we well and truly have a restart on this time. Draft from behind there for Gavin Barber, and that's Alexander Sheridan, who made a bit of contact in the incident that brought out the caution. The yellow flag is out once again.
And there was a great battle between Barber and Sheridan going on with Mizomo watching on there, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's a shame it had to be cut off like that. So, unfortunately, Matt Hunter for Vision Motorsport involved in that incident which brought out the caution, and his right rear is not looking good at the moment. Let's see what happened to him. It looks like, oh no, it was Ilya Shamov that brought that one out. And Shamov, that's interesting. He actually didn't have a front wing on his car, did Ilya? Look at that. Didn't get all the damage repaired in the pit lane off the restart, and I mean, he's out there on the track with a damaged car with no front wing, front downforce completely gone. I know there's not much of it, but it still makes a difference. And Ilya just going up the circuit into the wall and then back down.
Yeah, so Ilya's obviously understeered like a dump truck because of there being no downforce on the front end of his car. And Matt Hunter joins the long list of unlucky victims in this one. He zigged when he should have zagged in that case.
Yeah, Hunter did nothing wrong there. It actually looks like Ilya Shamov picked up that damage at the start of lap 8 when Robert Northway checked up.
We've not had a full lap since then. You might not have known.
Yeah, we haven't had a full lap at all. Two full laps.
We've had two.
Okay.
Yes, of course, because we had Wingard in the fence, didn't we, before the lap before Morton recreated with less success.
Indeed. So, yeah, I think, that incident that we didn't see, Ilya Shamov getting into the back of Robert Northway, that was when the caution came out at the start of lap 8. Northway obviously slowing down, but Shamov, it just looked like, was not paying any attention. He went straight into the back of Robert Northway with a difference of about 20 kilometers per hour in speed. Northway is back out on the circuit, so he has taken his spare car, but there was an awful lot of damage to his rear end when Shamov rear-ended him.
We'll give you an update on the weather conditions for this race as well. At the moment, looking at a 48-degree track temp, which seems quite hot, really. They'd be offering quite a bit of a... actually explains quite a bit of the sliding we're seeing from the rear end on the exits of these corners. A very slick track that would generate. That's being caused by a 22-degree air temp, partly cloudy. It's the height of the afternoon at 1:15 in sim time. Hopefully we'll get some cloud cover come over at some point. These guys might be begging for some of that.
Yeah, they'll certainly be hoping. It is partially cloudy conditions in Sims, so who knows, we might see a little bit of cloud cover later on in the race, but it looks like there's no sign of that at the moment. The sun absolutely blazing down on Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the moment. So the drivers really coping with some harsh conditions out there, and not all of them are able to face up to it.
The good news is the weather is constant, so it's not going to change too much over the course of the race.
This is true. At the at the start of qualifying, I remember looking at the temps, and the track was 43 degrees, if I remember correctly. So it's actually gone up quite a bit since the race actually started. Doesn't look like it's going to be rising too much, though, in the next half an hour or so. And, of course, as the day wears on, as the sun gets lower in the sky, there's going to be a few degrees of temperature loss, at least. So the drivers will be able to gain back at least a tiny bit of stability. But for Eric and Tilly, it's business as usual up the front. And it's time now for, I think, the fourth restart of this race, and we're not even at lap 20 yet. Eric and Tilly just going low in turns 3 and 4. He's going to leave not as big of a gap to the pace car this time, but it's going to be take 4 for Jack Styles. Let's see if he can stay with Tilly, potentially make his life difficult up at the front. Pace car in. Eric and Tilly leads the 35 away, and there's a little bit of a concertina through the top 4. And Jack Styles has gotten a great run there off the restart. He is right behind Eric and Tilly coming into turn 1.
He reacted really well to Antilli's launch. He was quite sluggish in his reactions the first couple of times. But this time around, he got it really right. And they've not got it right back in the field because we've flown our 5th caution of the day. And this one's taken out about half a dozen cars. And it looks to be, again, the exit of turn 1 that has caught them out.
Yep, it's Philip Morton who has brought that one out. He ran a little bit too low, put the wheel below the white line, and the car just slid. Poor Philip, he is having a very rough day out there. You see him spinning just up ahead and then collecting the middle finger racing car of Dean Alessi. Also a kinetic car involved in that one too. The number 51 as well of Connor Brown. And Brad Klenk as well. Jake Fox was the kinetic car involved in this one. You see him just there at the bottom right of the screen. So, I mean, I'm not too sure what to say at the moment, Ryan. This is the 5th caution, and we've had nothing but messiness in this field so far.
You know what? On board with Philip, I don't know what on earth caused the car to go around. Other than he was... my explanation could be he was tentative. He got on the gas right there. So he got on the gas entering the corner, which might have unsettled the rear. But other than that, he wasn't jerking the wheel. He held a good line. The rear end shouldn't have come around. So it may well have just been a throttle application at an awkward point. But it's another case of just, yeah. Once it's going, it's not able to be recovered. And he gets hit by 2 cars. Brad Klenk was hit by Jake Fox, who did not check up in any manner like Brad Klenk did.
Well,
so Klenk could be quite annoyed by that.
Yeah, he definitely will be. They're all down in the pits. Brad Klenk has got a spare car on there, so that is all of his lives lost. You see Harold Stadler there just ahead of him, pulling into the pits. He's fallen down to 30th and a lap down the 3rd place starter in this one. So it's going to be a tough fight back for him. Tough.
Sorry.
Nah, go on, mate.
Nah.
I was just going to say it's going to be tough for him to get the championship points he needs.
Yep. We haven't talked about the fuel mapping. What they have is 8 different fuel maps to these cars. And generally, well, so your fastest one is fuel map 1. The slowest, and by God it is slow, is fuel map 8. The 8th one is an incredible step down from 7. The top 7 are, quite incremental, but then the 8th one is like I don't know, like a safety car mode, I'd be using it now. They'd all be using it now, I suspect, to save a bit of extra fuel. Or a limp home mode. It's really, really slow. Don't ever use it in a race. Generally, in green flag conditions, what we've heard is, and what you'll see is they'll be using either fuel mode 1 or 2, and when you're in the draft, you can get away with using fuel modes 2 or 3 even, because that power deficit you're suffering is counteracted by the tow you're receiving from the cars in front. And so that's a great way to save some extra fuel. And you won't see that demonstrated because there's no way to physically demonstrate that to you on a broadcast, but it is something that all these drivers will be managing over the course of this race.
Indeed. So we could potentially get some wildly different strategies coming out in the second half of the race. That is, if we can get some proper green flag runs in. It's certainly been a very tough start to this race as Craig Hawkins brings it in. Jake Manhire bringing the car back out. Robert Northway also free as well. And Philip Morton there, very stricken in the bottom right corner. He is out of the car, and I get the feeling that his day might be done if he can't get that car repaired.
Doesn't look healthy,
that front
that left side.
suspension, goodness me.
No. Well, he's been in a lot of the cautions. He had a collision with Ragsdale at the start of the race. Didn't trigger the caution, but he had that. He triggered one of the cautions. He triggered that caution. He's been in the wars. It wouldn't surprise me if he's run out of spare cars.
Well, either way, that's going to be a long time spent in the pits for Philip Morton. If he comes back out, he's going to be, I'd say, probably about 15 to 20 laps down at the very least. But time to get yet another restart on here as the pace car comes in. Eric Antilli just waiting and waiting. It looks like his favourite spot to go is just as he passes the pit wall start. So, a good restart again for Eric Antilli, but he's getting shadowed by Jack Stiles and Cameron Dance coming into turn 1. Scott Newton has made his way up into P6 from 12th and is starting to catch up to Matt Andrews here, who we ride on board with. Starting to get the run on Daniel Stevens, who's maintained position 4. And there we go. Some actual racing we're getting here as Matt Andrews goes up the inside of Daniel Stevens to take 4th place. And he'll be wanting to advance forward as much as he can here to join his teammates Jack Stiles and Cameron Dance. Eric Antilli in the lead is starting to come under some pressure here from Jack Stiles, and the draft is so strong here on the front straight. Mr. Stiles just right on the rear diffuser of Eric Antilli. And losing a little bit of pace through turn 1, but the straights are nice and long here at Indianapolis, so he has plenty of chances to keep himself in the fight.
I'm just keeping my eye on some of the battles further down the order at the moment as Johnny Bell's in the pits. And it looked like Manhire slid into the pits in the background. They're both getting some tyres and fuel and whatnot. But they'll be a long way back up at the front until he continues to lead the way. But it is not in his hands as to whether he leads. Stiles, I feel, has the power to pass him and is electing not to at the end of these straights at the moment.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation to be in. Do you want to be the lead car in cases like this? Eric Antilli will obviously be running at the maximum fuel map to try and maintain that pace. So he'll be burning through that fuel, and that won't work out well for him later on when it comes time to pit.
Pierre Cousins up in the fence in turn 3, grinding slowly, slowly, slowly. Don't stop that car. Keep it going. They got caught behind some cut by Manhire, and there it is. There's the caution. They got caught behind Manhire and Bell coming out of pit road. It created a bit of a stack up, and Cousin had Mitchell Bales dive up his inside, and Let's see if they made contact.
Doesn't look like it on my end. It looks like it might have been a reaction there from Kuzan. Maybe a bit of oversteer. There was quite a bit of space between himself and Mitchell Bales. So there is the checkup, and up the inside goes Bales. Oh, you know, I don't know how to call that. Was there contact? We know it can be a bit misleading with drivers from all around the world racing at speeds as high as this. Internet latency does come into the equation.
Oh, because Pierre definitely felt that contact, that's for sure. And when Wingard has decided that he has had enough of this race, he has elected he can find himself comfortably in bed by the time this race finishes. So he is retired from this race.
As indeed, Pierre Kuzan sitting in the pits. He is still in the car, so he's electing to get that damage repaired as front straight very empty here at Indianapolis as everyone lines up behind the pace car for the 6th caution of the night.
Wonder if they can make it to their second fuel stop window before pitting.
Oh, well, there's your answer. No. They're all coming into the lane at once. Very well timed.
I was just thinking, they're in the window now to pit. They're in the window now to pit for their first stop, which obviously they're doing, but they've barely run any laps. That's a lot of smoke we just saw in the background. I suspect someone's had a close call, if not, or a collision.
Yeah,
9 seconds. Expect the majority of these stops to be, and no shorter, because they'll need a full tank. And Antilli's been beat off pit road by 2 of them, Cameron Dance and Jack Styles.
So the Fitstye teammates getting the run there on Antilli out of the pits. Just checking down to see what their pit stop times were. Where is Antilli? Here we go. 9.7 seconds stopped for Antilli. Jack Styles 8.1. Cameron Dance 8.3. So that's where they got the advantage. A little bit less fuel put in the car. Largely thanks to A, the cautions, B, the drafting they were doing under Antilli when the race was green.
Yeah, and also your entry and exit to your pit box has an effect as well, don't forget. If you're a bit more committed on the brakes and a bit more eager on the throttle, you can gain some time. And there is a variance as well in the iRacing pit crew performance, just a bit.
The only driver that hasn't pitted here is Phil Otto. He takes up the provisional race lead behind a couple of lapped cars. Those being J.M. Thomas and Jake Manhire just up ahead. 23rd and 30th.
Let's play a game. What's your over-under on laps green before the next caution? I'll place mine at 3. I'll place it at 3. Are you going over or under?
I'm going under.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not feeling like an optimist today. And our director has decided to go over. He says 4. So, which of us will be right? Wow. 11 pit stops for Craig Hawkins. He's taken every opportunity he can. That's his 12th stop of the race, and he has yet to use his spare car.
He just wants to beat the back. It's a common tactic. Not one I'd use at a track that's often got this many cautions. Or not one I'd use in a race with this many cautions. But, yeah, cycling yourself to the back under the yellows just by coming in, taking a stop, is an easy way to do that. And I will go over on that 3-lap marker.
Okay.
But I'm with Dowd, who last name I'm not going to try to put out in the YouTube chat. Not by much, though.
Righto. Let's see who ultimately is the victor in this little commentary box battle. The pace car's lights are off, and that's the onboard from the back of Phil Otto we're seeing. He's cycled through into first in line. So now we will be getting our 6th restart of the race. And Otto gets off to a pretty good start there up the front. Bell and Stefan, who's running second, just shadowing him coming into turn 1.
Don't forget the laps cards.
Yes.
Harold Stadler, Jake Fox, Brad Clank, Dylan Gray going around from 3rd place brings out the caution.
All right, that's another stroke off on my tally marker, number 7. So, looks like I was the victor on that one. I was closest.
Yep. Well, there you
The
go.
only-
We made it a corner.
We did. Only victory I'm going to get today.
Peter Madsen, Johnny Bell, with the laps cars, last couple laps cars I had yet to say before Gray decided to loop it out of 1. Alright, how did he do that one? Turn 1's the trouble spot, isn't it? Everyone is struggling at turn 1.
Yeah, it's a misleading corner, is turn 1. It is slightly tighter than every other turn on this track. So Dylan Gray will ride on board with him here. Now, did he go just a little bit too low? Yeah, he did go below the white line. And again, the rear end just broke free. But, I mean, I'd say that's a bit similar to the incident for Philip Morton earlier. It didn't look like there was much instability in that car until it just went on him.
No, he got off throttle mid-corner and then decided to get back on throttle. And that's what started the slide.
Yeah, you got to be careful of the weight transfer in these things, especially when you're going through a banked corner at over 200 kilometers per hour. So
you play with the throttle at 300 kilometers an hour through a bank's corner, you're gonna unload the car. That's what some of these drivers aren't understanding, it seems, unfortunately, at the moment, early on in this race.
well, Adrian Stefan has come in from 2nd overall. He's going to filter back through the field here. That's his 2nd pit stop of the night. And away he goes, leaving the stricken Philip Morton behind, who is still in the pits.
How's this for a stat? We're on lap 32. 17 cars have already used their spare car out of a 40-car field.
Wow, that's quite the figure. So we might be seeing. I mean, if the current pattern of cautions continues, we might be seeing more than a third of the field getting wiped out as Craig Hawkins gets back in the pits for his 13th stop of the race. He is followed in there by Robert Northway. Our director says over-under on Craig Hawkins doing 40 stops. Oh, well. Under? Oh, I'll go over, but not by much. I'd say 41.
There are 5 lapped cars between Phil Otto and Jack Stiles, who are 1st and 2nd on this restart. That's great news for Phil, because his tyres are many laps older than those behind who are on the lead lap as him.
Yeah, remember Phil Otto is the only car in the field to have not made a pit stop so far. So he's trying to stretch this out as much as he can.
3 of those lap down cars are fighting for themselves to get back on the lead lap. So it's a critical spot for them. That being Bell, Matson, and Stadler. Jake Fox in there is 3 laps down. So is Brad Clank. They're both 3 down. So they're racing for position. Interesting little group they've got in between the top two in the running order. They'll just have to be wary of those drivers. Guess who?
Guess who? There we go. He's coming in every lap under caution as Craig Hawkins. 14 stops now for him. I mean, I don't blame him. He's not losing much by doing that. He's staying at the back, and he's still on the lead lap. Robert Northway as well coming in for the second lap in a row. As long as they can stay on the lead lap, then they are good. But I think they're going to have to be wary of any potential crashes happening in front of them, because then that might put them extremely awry.
Lights out. On the pace car. I'm going through a really weird phase of saying like a couple of words, and suddenly all I can think of is the next few lines it would be followed up by, lyrics-wise, in a song, and it's really tripping me out.
Goodness me. That's what...
In terms of this race, though, we're going to go back green for a period of time, of which we don't know how long it will be. Phil Otto leads us away.
And it's a pretty good restart there from Phil. Got the jump there on Johnny Bell and Peter Matson behind. Harold Stadler just ahead of his Fitstide teammates Jack Stiles and Cameron Dance, who hold second and third on track at the moment. And they're going to make their way past him here. Jack Stiles going for the move. We see the 781 as well of Scott Newton racing here with Daniel Stevens coming into turn 3. Stevens just going to stay a little bit up on the racetrack to let Scott Newton go. Newton has some form to back up here. Remember, he finished third last year in the Indy 500 and currently in 6th place. It's been a pretty good advancement for him so far, and we've completed a lap.
Riding on board with Dylan Gray. Brought out our previous caution, but he still finds himself inside the top 10. He's running 8th. He's actually one of the biggest movers of the race, having started this one from 33rd. Not having a bad run, all things considered. Plus 25 spots. Got Daniel Stevens and Scott Newton up in front of him. And then Connor Brown, who was a lap down, just up ahead of them. That's the 4 cars you can see on your screen right now.
Pretty close battle here with Newton, Stevens and Gray. Stevens got a bit backed up coming out of turn 1, which briefly gave Dylan Gray a look at him, but Dylan's going to have to stay behind here. Draft time for Scott Newton. He's going to make his way past Connor Brown here, but have a look at the momentum that Stevens is carrying. Brown just going to lift off to let these guys go, but he had to back out of that as Gray decided to pass through and follow Stevens and Newton. He's got Alexander Sheridan for company now, who's trying to stay with that fight in the middle of the top 10.
Jake Fox. Caution.
8.
I was just going to say Jake Fox is just working himself past the final laps car between himself and the race leader. But that doesn't quite happen before the yellow flies for Matt Hunter, potentially. Hunter was unlucky to get caught up in a previous caution. I do see damage to Matthew Ragsdale's car. Again. Ooh, on a straight line. Ilya Shamov, Matthew Ragsdale, they've been in the action before. And now they're wrecking in a straight line.
Goodness me, and the red car getting caught up in that as well. Oh no, it's Craig Hawkins. Well, he's going to have to use his spare car out of that one.
Good
thing
barrel
is
roll.
just not turning.
Luckily,
this-
luckily for Hunter, he wasn't evolved. He was just going slow after seeing the wreck. But man, what actually happened there? So Ragsdale's got a big run on Ilya Shamov, Reese. He's pulled to the outside. And then just swung back left a little bit and made contact as he got alongside him. Really, really ill-judged.
Yeah, he had another car width or so of space to the right that he could have taken, but yeah, for some reason he just jerked back to the left and then contact with Shamov. And it's a real big shame for Craig Hawkins. I mean,
Really nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, nowhere at all. So now he is in the pits and out of the car as he gets a ton of damage repaired.
Now, the chances of this continuing for all 200 laps is less likely than Jay ever becoming a good director. But we are 55 minutes in, and we have completed lap 38 of 200 with a 4-hour limit.
So,
just saying.
Yeah, might this go time certain?
Just saying.
Oh dear. We shall have to wait and see on that one. But lining up behind the pace car, we've got lapped cars of Peter Matson, Jake Fox, Brad Klenk, and Johnny Bell. Up ahead of Jack Stiles and Cameron Dance, our top two. Harold Stadler, despite being down in 25th, has still managed to stick with his teammates behind them there on track, so he'll probably be another spanner in the works for Eric and Tilly to try and get that race lead back.
Mizomo is texting or driving. A few choice words in our team SimSpeed broadcast group. Of course, Mizomo, a sometimes commentator up here. Actually, more often than me. Mizomo is a frequent commentator up here. Yeah, he is unhappy with how this race is panning out so far.
Yeah, I think the weather in particular he's not too happy with. And I can understand his frustration with a track temperature like this. It's actually gone up another degree. It is 49 degrees now. So that's just making it even more difficult to keep the car straight through the turns. Not only are you dealing with understeer on entry, but the car has a bit more of a tendency to snap. And like we've said many times before, once one of these cars gets sideways, there is absolutely no saving it. Looks like the lapped cars have been let past the pace car, so Matson, Fox, Klenk and Bell filtering past. That allows Jack Stiles and Cameron Dance to take up the top two spots at the front once again as there's more activity on pit lane. Jake Manhire among the cars taking a pit stop at this present time.
With Harold Stadler third in line and two teammates leading the race in front of him, I wonder if they can orchestrate a move that puts him at the head of the train to get him his lap back.
Good point. That's certainly an option for the Fitzstye boys out there. Because remember, Harold Stadler is very good on pace, and he certainly had the pace to be competing for the win in this one. It's going to be a tough job there from the back of the pack. So out of turn 4, they will come once again. And the pace car has been getting an awful lot of mileage here today, all the way to the top of the racetrack for the Fitzstye leading pack. Wondering if there's any particular reason for that. But Jack Styles is going to lead them away here. How early does he decide to go? Passes the pit lane entry wall.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, there we go. Went a little bit later there. Cameron Dance had to get checked up. So did Harold Stadler. He's briefly dropped off the back of the top 2, but the draft works from about 1.2 seconds back around here, so he's still within the green zone for that. Alexander Sheridan still trying to work his way up the field here. Started 14th, currently in 8th position. As it seems, the Fitstye top 2 well and truly broken away, and Harold Stadler's not going to factor into it because Eric Antilli has made his way past.
Great jump then for Styles. Dance starts to close up now that the toe works in his favour, but Stadler keeping very close to the back of Antilli. In towards turn 1. I thought he was going to have a look back at him. Side by side entering the corner. Further back, I think that was Stevens and Gray. Gray's moving back forward again. Remember, he was back on 8th. He's 6th now.
This is certainly not what I would expect from a car that brought out one of our previous cautions. It's been a very good job from Dylan Gray so far, as we look at Adrian Steffen in 12th place now. Mitchell Bales working his way past, and Thomas Hinz making his way past Adrian Steffen as well. Hinsey then up into 12th place now. Mitchell Bales has lost 3 positions from where he started, and remember, he was involved in the first caution. So it's been a good recovery from him so far. John Sorensen is the final car in the top 10. And he is involved in quite the fight with Shane Bowen at the moment. Meanwhile, our top 2 shadowing each other very nicely. Jack Styles has kept it nice and professional so far in this race. He's he and Dance making the move on Antilli in the pits and holding on to the top 2 positions very nicely as it stands right now, as the battle for 9th heats up once again. Sorensen, Bales and Hinz all together there just behind Shane Bowen, as I see a car coming out of the pits there. That's Peter Mattison.
Yeah, he'll filter back out into this group, but he won't play a part. Oh, spinner in turn 3. Ilya Shamov brings out another one.
Oh, dear.
And they wreck trying to get by him. Decardier McCarthy thighs it into the fence.
Oh no. So what was happening to Shamov this time? He was coming out of the pits and oh no, that just looks clumsy from what I can see on the replay. Shamov making his way out of the pits, sticking to the left down the back straight. Of course, that's what you're supposed to do, but have a look at what happens here as he comes up to turn 3. Just gets into the grass and fires it straight into the wall.
And he's done for the day. He is retired from this race.
That just baffles me.
Yeah, that's a lack of concentration. You'd think you'd be pretty alert after being involved in 3 cautions, but he leaves us with one parting gift before his retirement. His car took, I'm looking at, like, they wrecked trying to get by him. He was on the brakes, right? So he wasn't letting the car roll back down, but the car took for an age to stop. And it just kept coming down the hill, and that's why they wrecked, trying to get by him. Phil Otto had to jerk down the racetrack in order to skip underneath Ilya. And it left Decardier McCarthy nowhere to go but the grass.
Yeah. That's the onboard there for Decartier McCarthy, and that has destroyed the front right. So it's to the pits for him. Harold Stadler has jumped into the lane as well here under caution. Dylan Gray has come in for a stop as well. And Gray was running really well. We saw just a few moments ago that he had done the fastest lap under green flag conditions. But a pretty quick pit stop there for Dylan Gray. 7.2 seconds. And he's going to filter back out in about 18th position. Man, checking out the broadcast chat, Rob Deloach, I really feel for you, man. Fixed official race, 56 degrees track temperature for the entire race. That must have been quite the quite the hard slog for you.
I am back. If you ever threw to me and I just didn't respond.
Ah.
A man needs to replenish his thirst.
Of course, of course.
When a race decides to run about an hour and a half longer than they expect, as I predict this might go. So what are we up to? 9 cautions now?
Indeed. Thank you for reminding me to tick off a tally marker. I am actually keeping a tally on my notepad of how many cautions we're getting. Craig Hawkins with 15 pit stops so far, and it looks like he's going to make it 16. And wow, our director has just given us a bit of information there. At his current pace, Craig Hawkins is on track to do 67 pit stops in this race.
That'll be a record. Speaking of, I'm heavily suggesting someone, not us, preferably someone from YouTube comments, go and have a look at the previous caution counts for previous editions of this race and see what the records are that we should be aiming at here. Whether we're looking at a 15 caution race to be the record setter, or whether 10 cautions would be enough to set the record. But I suspect we've got a shot at it today.
You want sim-only stats, or include real life in that too?
I doubt real life's managed to get 15.
Yeah.
We won't be far away from the next pit window either, by the way. Remember, it's about 30 laps. And they pitted at lap 29 under the caution earlier on. Halfway through the 50s, start of the 60s, we'll see some more stops.
We'll have to keep an eye out for that one. In terms of our top 10, the quickest pit stop so far has been for Jack Styles, 8.1 seconds, and he is going to lead us away for the restart. That's another good jump for him. They have left Eric Intilli in the dust. And Intilli's got Matt Andrews for very close company there. In third place, Scott Newton doing well to hold on to that too. We've got the middle finger cars all in a line there. Coming into turn one as there's a little bit of jostling further back in the pack. Cameron Dance right on the back of Jack Styles. As Eric Intilli now starting to come under some pressure from Matt Andrews and Scott Newton. Newton, an open wheels specialist. He's driven for Apex Racing Team for quite some time. And of course, he has a good record at Indy to keep up. Intilli, though, starting to latch onto the back of the top two here. That's going to make it a proper top 5 battle here as this is looking a little bit awkward coming into turn one. The MFR drivers right in the middle of all of this running. They've got Pierre Cousin just below them. Gavin Barber is going to have to stay a bit wide there in turn two.
I'm just trying to figure out how to phrase this group has caused for the 10th caution. I feel like it's going to be needed in the next lap or two.
Well, we shall see. Connor Brown stuck down low. He's got Simon Mazzomo and Jake Fox for company. He lets them go as just up ahead. That looked quite awkward there. Dean Alessi having to run low here as Simon Mazzomo makes his way by. And that's a big check-up from Alessi into turn 1. Keeping a nice down low.
Made it a couple laps here. That's a big dive to the inside of the back straight. Back of that group of cars we were just watching. Pretty tight at the front, as you can see. Plenty of battles happening around this racetrack. The field really thinned out. Not thinned out, sorry. Spread out across this restart as a big checkup exiting turn 4. In fact, that's because Sean O'Hara hit the fence and spun to pit entry.
Well, I suppose that that's a good way to get into the pits from a spin, just going straight in. It looks like no caution for the time being anyway. He's right on board with Thomas Hinz at the back of the top 10.
He never touched the reason. The car just came around to coming out of turn 4. I thought he might have clipped the fence and then come down to the inside, but no, he just lost it coming out of the corner and then smashed into the inside wall. So another case of the rear end just saying, see you later, mate. Still, side-by-side action, deep in the pack, on board with Jonathan Bain. Looking at Ricardo McCarthy, Phil Otto ahead. McCarthy will make a move to the inside here. Should have this one. Otto will let him go and tuck back in on the chute between 3 and 4.
Yeah, they got a little bit of time to make up to the next car in line, Jake Fox. The next car for position is Gavin Barber. He's right up there with Mr. Fox. Top 5 are still keeping it going very nicely. Thomas Hinz starting to now catch up to Shane Bowen, as you can see there. John Sorensen, the car in between them, currently they're in 10th place, and Hinzy's been in and around this mid-pack around the top 10. Remember, he started down in 23rd, and he's managed to avoid the majority of the carnage we've seen in this race so far. So a good consistent run from Thomas Hinz, second in the championship, as Alexander Sheridan tries his best to catch up to Daniel Stevens. They're in a bit of a no-man's land of their own at the moment. There's quite some time ahead to Scott Newton. He's just crossing the start-finish line right now. So if Stevens and Sheridan can work together here, they'll be able to get back up to that top 5 battle and try and make life a bit more difficult for the top runners in this race.
What we're seeing from the top 2 is very smart. Cameron Dance and Jack Stiles. They're staying in line and pulling away. They were 2/10 quicker on the previous lap than all of the cars behind, and they're pulling a gap very quickly.
Oh, caution.
And it's all going to disappear as a result of the latest yellow. That is an MFR car.
It is the MFR car of Jonathan Bain, who we were riding on board with briefly just before. It looks to be in turn 1 or turn 2.
All by himself.
Yeah. Virtual Racing School replay. What happened to him there? Oh, yeah, looks like he just got a bit crossed up the top, coming out of turn 1 and head on into the wall. Does he take anyone with him? Oh. Some good avoiding action from the cars behind. So let's see the onboard.
He downshifted to 5th right before he got loose. Right there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was a factor.
Perhaps slight bit too much power going to the wheels in that lower gear. There's not much of a difference in the ratios between 5th and 6th, but it is enough to make a difference.
Of course, normally you run 5th and 6th gear quite interchangeably around here. They're not really massive, you know, differences, as you say. But it is something to note in that incident that, yeah, you did change down and it broke loose right after it. It definitely does have a change as to the power output that goes to your rear wheels. And when you're on tyres that are slipping and sliding on a hot, greasy 51 now degree track temp,
Oof.
it could certainly factor in. When you're in the slipstream of the car in front, you need that 6th gear because you're going that much faster. When you're by yourself, heading through a corner, and your revs dip ever so slightly, you might go back to 5th gear. And be right on board with someone, you'll see them going between 5th and 6th over the course of a lap, while remaining flat out the entire time. Eric and Tilly slow again in the box. This time he gets jumped by Matt Andrews.
So that's going to filter the Fitstye cars into the effective top 3.
And
Scott
Andrew, by the looks
Newton.
of it. Yeah, sorry, Scott Newton. Newton's a weird one. It didn't look like he jumped him. I think that might just be a... I think that might get redressed in a second. I don't think Newton did jump him. He certainly wasn't ahead at the line.
No, he wasn't. Yeah, Eric was ahead at pit lane exit, but
There we
just checked up on the inside. There it is, yeah. The change in position. So, we have made it 10 cautions, and we are currently on lap 57.
Most cautions in an Indy 500.
Live Googling with Ryan Jones.
Well, that didn't work because it didn't give me an immediate answer. It told me when the last race that ended under caution was. I mean, that's great. I don't really care about that. That is a possibility that hopefully doesn't come to fruition today. Absolutely despise races finishing under caution, as I'm sure most people do, don't you, Reese?
Yes. Robs us of a good opportunity to call the finish of a race, and also robbing the drivers of an opportunity to race to the line. I hope it doesn't come to that tonight. Craig Hawkins making his 17th pit stop in this race. Robert Northway is really starting to catch up to him in the pit stop number stakes. Northway currently at 14 stops as it stands.
Oh, here's an interesting one for you. The most starters in the race is actually 42, then 40, which occurred 3 times, and then 38. So our 39 car field is right up there.
Yeah, righto.
And all of those instances occurred more than, or just shy of 100 years ago, about 90 years ago, actually. So a long, long time since those sorts of numbers have been around.
Yeah, of course, the Indy 500 is such a legendary race, partially because it's been around for so long. The first Indianapolis 500 was run in, I believe, 1909. So it's certainly been a part of the automotive landscape for the entirety of just about the 20th century, and continuing on strong into the 21st century.
And long into the future.
It's still one of the biggest draws in motorsport all around the world as the pace car is in, and we have another start here. Dylan Gray has filtered into the top spot here. He's followed by Ryan DeCartier-McCarthy and Phil Otto for position, but he's got J.M. Thomas, Harold Stadler and Jake Fox, 3 lapped cars in between our top 2. And Thomas keeping himself nicely there with Dylan Gray is a bit of a move there on the exit of turn 1. That's Jack Stiles trying to make his way around Johnny Bell, with Cameron Dance getting a really good run behind as well. Has to back out of that. The 27 carrying an awful lot of momentum on that occasion, and just avoiding getting into Johnny Bell as they went through turn 3.
Well, much like that first pit cycle, a couple get cycled out to the front who weren't there initially, and Jack Stiles, Cameron Dance and co. suddenly find themselves not in clean air, and they have to deal with that dirty aero wash for the first time in a little while. Dylan Gray leading this race. How about that from 33rd on the grid? And doing so comfortably right now with J.M. Thomas, Howard Stadler, Jake Fox all battling away behind him in their lap down positions.
Yeah, 22nd and 23rd for Thomas and Stadler. Jake Fox currently in 26th overall. He is a lap down on Stadler and Thomas as it stands. Ryan DeCartier-McCarthy in second overall has got Phil Otto behind him for very close company. The Fitstyle car just behind them there is Simon Mazzomo, and then they have the former top two of Cameron Dance and Jack Stiles running very close behind. Johnny Bell, I think, has turned into a bit of a thorn in the side for drivers in the former top 5. Matt Andrews has only just made his way past him, and now Eric Antilli, our pole sitter, is going to make his way past him coming into turn 1. The question is, will Mr. Newton be able to get by him as well? Doesn't seem so at this stage. Antilli's having a bit of a tough time here getting past Johnny Bell. And that's giving a good advantage to Scott Newton.
Mizomo just worked himself by Phil Otto as well, so he's trying to get himself closer to the front of the field and closer to clawing one of his laps back. He's already got one of them back. He was 3 down, now he's 2 down.
And in comes Jake Fox into the lane under green flag conditions. He is out of the hair of Ryan DeCartier-McCarthy.
Dylan's got a massive advantage, 2.1 seconds over DeCartier-McCarthy. 4 seconds then back to pretty much everyone else. Phil Otto, and he's got the rest of the competitive group in combat with him. Here we go. J.M. Thomas has just got his lap back on Dylan Gray. A slick move down the back straight to take it away.
And so it begins. Dylan Gray can afford to turn down his engine a little bit now. But he's continuing to commit to the draft. I think maybe looking to work with J.M. Thomas to just extend the gap in the lead over Ryan DeCartier-McCarthy, who is closing in at a rate of knots as we check out Jack Stiles, Phil Otto and Cameron Dance. Otto the meat in the Fitstyle sandwich as it stands, and have a look at the run from Cam Dance, 358 kilometers per hour, but the air just hits you like a brick wall as soon as you pull out of that draft. He does ultimately make his way past Otto, though.
Some good stats then coming in from the comments. Darwin lets us know that 14 cautions is the most in the Indy 500. Twice that's happened in 1997 and 1988. And also at this track, thanks to Sam, in the Brickyard 400, there's been 11 cautions for the record in 2008. So we're getting close already on lap 65 to both of those records.
Indeed we are. Of course, the Brickyard 400 is the NASCAR race
Correct.
at Indianapolis. Now former, as our director points out, because they're going to be racing at the road course in NASCAR.
No, they're not doing both like IndyCar, just the one race for them, which caused some upheaval in the NASCAR world, I must say. Dylan Gray's advantage is getting bigger. It's 4.7 seconds now to Jack Styles, who is third, after getting by Phil Otto. Ducati McCarthy is catching him, though. But that group that have pitted, you know, third on back, they're not getting any closer. Or at least they haven't since we last checked in on them. Interesting strategy playing out.
Yeah, for sure. I think Dylan Gray's taking good advantage of the draft from J.M. Thomas just ahead of him, who's again made his way back out onto the lead lap, and we see Pierre Cousin making his way back out onto the track. 9 laps down in 35th position, and the last classified car running at the moment. Very close there with Eric Antilli and Phil Otto. Scott Newton very close behind as well. And remember, these are all racing for position here. Johnny Bell is racing for position as well. Thomas Hinz is starting to creep up to the back of him behind as we ride on board with Scott Newton coming into turn 1. Have to lift off, try and fight the front end. Gets a good run on Eric Antilli between turns 1 and 2, and Antilli running very low there below the line. Now that the tyres are up to temperature, I guess you can afford to run below the line a little bit. See Pierre Cousin just getting out of the way of these guys. But Phil Otto is, I think, starting to hold these guys up a bit. Matt Andrews has got free rein to pull away. Of course, he isn't going to be getting any help from Cameron Dance and Jack Styles up ahead. As
Caution
we have a
is
yellow.
out.
Caution
I was going
number
to say
11.
it wasn't working for Phil like it was for Dylan Gray and Ducati McCarthy. He needed to have stuck with the top 2 because they were staying comfortably ahead, and that's a big one for Pierre. Again, he's been in quite a few of these cautions, I feel.
Yeah, he was barely a lap out of the pits.
Cold tyres. Cold tyres are not a good mix for a hot track. Not looking at the replay anymore. I'll go back and have a close look as to what actually happened to him.
I get the feeling that that might just be day done for Pierre Cousin. It just looks to me like...
oh, that's a new one.
Yeah, he got a slide on.
The entry to turn 4, the car oversteered. And, yeah, overcorrected, as anyone would do, because of the grip these guys have, and up into the fence he goes. But that's a new caution for today. So props to that. Bringing out a caution in a variety of ways.
A caution?
Listen.
I'm listening.
Shush. Start talking.
Oh dear, well, Dylan Gray still in the overall lead here. J.M. Thomas remaining ahead on track, but he has just been waved by the pace car, so J.M. making his way back around to the rear of the field. Now, is he going to take this opportunity to come in for a stop? Looks like no.
Not
on
now.
this occasion. Certainly not.
He'll want to catch the pack first. He'll put himself a lap back down.
Yes.
If he pits right now. But there you go. That's the benefit of racing to get your lap back in IndyCar. As Dylan Gray will relinquish the lead of the race. Ducati McCarthy will relinquish second. Harold Stadler will, as a result, get to restart as the control car, I believe. Despite being a lap down. I don't think you'll get a wave around because of procedure. He'll also have Mizomo behind him. So those two, off this restart, if they can keep their spot, will put themselves back on the lead lap. They'll have Jack Styles, the race leader, behind them. Mizomo, I should say, will put himself 1 lap down instead of 2.
Well, either way, it's been a good fight back for both of those drivers. Trying their best to get a little bit more out of this night that's gotten off to a bit of a horror start for many drivers in this field. We still have 22 cars on the lead lap, if you include Harold Stadler in that. Retirements for the time being. Looks like Jake Fox is still in the pits. Don't know if he's decided to retire. Matthew Ragsdale is still active and coming out of the pits, 8 laps down. But Sean O'Hara, Pierre Cousin, Ilya Shamov, Bradley Wingard, Philip Morton, and Adam Cahill are your retirements in this race so far.
One and a half hours in, 71 laps complete of 200 in the 2021 international region of the Major Series Indy 500. Round 6 of the season, Reese. We have been to some great places so far, and still some great places remain on the calendar. We started at Daytona, and then we went to Daytona. There we go. So the procedure does say they get to wave around because they were in front of them. So they don't stay as control cars. They get the laps back straight away. So that's great news for Mizomo and Stadler. We started at Daytona, of course, for the 2.4 and the 500-mile oval race. And then the international region went to Bathurst for the 2-hour. And then New Hampshire for the Muscat 250. Last round was the Nürburgring 2.4. We're here at Indy now. Next round is the Le Mans 2.4. That's going to be another grueling affair, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be running an interesting class setup for that one. Of course, the hybrid LMP1s that iRacing has no longer active in real life in the endurance racing scene. We're going to be going a little bit retro for the Le Mans 2.4. We've got the old LMP2, the HPD RX01C, and then we've got the GT1 cars, the Corvette and the Aston Martin DBR9, plus the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, which has never raced at Le Mans and is not intended to race at Le Mans. So I'm going to be interested to see how that one works out. You know, the beauty of sim racing
really
is
sold that.
Well, no, well, I mean, I'm just intrigued. I would like to see how it races in a multi-class race at Le Mans, because I mean, we saw the Porsche Esports Super Cup racing at Le Mans just a short while ago, and it was fantastic. Green flag, meanwhile. Jack Stiles is going to lead them away. Cameron Dance and Matt Andrews completing the top 3. And Dance already getting a run on Stiles coming out of turn 1. Some slight technical issues for Mr. Stiles out there in the lead. So let's see what Dance and Stiles do this time. It looks like business as usual for them. Staying together in a line, allowing Matt Andrews to catch back up. And then they'll be hoping to leave Eric Antilli behind as he continues to struggle to escape the clutches of Scott Newton.
Keep your eye on Dylan Gray to come back through the order, along with Ducati and McCarthy. Slightly fresher tyres could work out well for them here, especially if this goes for a long green flag run. Gray has just worked himself to the head of a big train of cars from 13th on back, so he'll look to latch on to the back of the top 10 soon. Ducati and McCarthy still buried in that group, are on board with him now, ducking to the inside of Gavin Barber. He'll complete this one down at turn 3. Barber will have to tuck back in line because behind come a whole lot more. Dean Alessi, Connor Brown, Daryl Hockey, Filotto. Another car on fresh tyres there, Filotto. And Jonathan Bain, Johnny Bell, they're all in this. Mookie, JM Thomas. Back on the lead lap and already fighting for positions.
Johnny Bell with a great run there on Jonathan Bain and sneaks up the inside, coming through into turn 1, but Bain is fighting him around the outside, holding on very nicely.
Lost his momentum. When he went down to the inside and couldn't complete it, he narrowed off the corner. Bain was able to keep the momentum up around the outside, and all the momentum that Johnny Bell carried was suddenly washed away, and he had to fall back in line behind Bain. So that's an example of how you can defend a spot. Keep your momentum up and hold it around that outside.
The fight continues into turn 1. Oh, just escaping contact there. Oh, Craig Hawkins and Brad Klenk fighting incredibly hard there. Jake Manhire just up ahead. It might have been a very slight rub between the two of them, but they both managed to escape. Thomas Hinz, meanwhile, up into 6th place now after starting outside the top 20. He is quite the racer, is Thomas. Has demonstrated a good ability to work his way forward and be there when others make mistakes or have misfortunes, as demonstrated last round at the Nürburgring 2.4. When Cameron Dance had his hardware failure and crash on the last lap, Hinsey was right there to take the spoils of victory in the Porsche Cup class. Scott Newton has struggled to maintain the pace with Eric Antilli. He's dropped back by a few more car lengths. But Antilli hasn't lost all of that much to Matt Andrews. Interesting to note.
Lap times, some of these drivers in that fringes of the top 10 are putting in a very good 40.9 from Adrian Steffen, a 41.0 from Shane Bowen. You go to the front of the field and it's a 41.2 for Jack Stiles, a 41.1 for Cameron Dance. So there's a lot of pace back there, and it's aided by the slipstream. Remember, they're getting aero wash in the corners as well, so it's not all benefit. And they're keeping some very good speed up at the moment.
That they are. I think it... oh no. Just as I was about to go on to my next point. Caution is out once again. Now, everyone's going to lift off, and tumbling over there is Johnny Bell.
Well, that's not gone well.
No. Not gone well for Mr. Bell. Virtual Racing School replay of what happened there, and oh dear, that looks very messy. That was contact with Daryl Hockey, who pushed up the circuit coming through turn 3. Here's the replay. Hockey just coming slowly up the circuit on the slow motion, and well, right into the side of Bell. Yeah.
And Matt Hunter cops a hit from Harold Stadler in trying to avoid that as well. In fact, I'm not quite sure how that happened between those two. Stadler just decided they're wrecking up in front. Yeah, so on board with Hunter, you'll see him slow down and then just duck low here. Harold Stadler behind just kept a lot of throttle trace in. And as a result, closed in a lot on Matt Hunter.
Yeah, here's the onboard. Hunter obviously reacting to the wreck up ahead, dips down low. Harold Stadler, oh, he might have thought that there was going to be a bit more room on the inside, but Matt Hunter, of course, well within his rights to do all he could to avoid that incident. I think Stadler could have afforded to slow down a bit more.
Jump on the brakes, the same as the wreck, man.
Yep.
So Stadler now has to come to pit road with a lot of damage, and if memory serves me right, he's already used his spare car.
Confirmation there from our director. And we're also hearing that the list of drivers that haven't used their spare car is shorter than the list of drivers who have used it. And that, I think, is the long and short of how much contact and how many crashes and cautions there has been in this race. Speaking of, that is the 12th caution.
Jack Styles. Wow, he's only just got that in the box. We have another cycle of pit stops, and because Dylan Gray only just pitted, he does not come back in again. Everyone else does, though.
Dylan Gray filters back up into P1s.
Yeah, so this is an interesting strategy from Dylan Gray. He's off-cycle with the large majority of the field, but it's keeping him at the very pointy end. Ryan McCarthy as well. He'll restart second, a lap car between them, though. Phil Otto, third. Jonathan Bain will be a lap down. Sorry. JM Thomas will be fourth. So from being a lap down just a couple cautions ago, JM Thomas will restart fourth.
Wow.
And then Jack Styles will be fifth. First car having made a stop under that caution.
So JM Thomas putting himself in contention in the middle stages of the race, and it looks like Harold Stadler has joined the list of retirements after that incident with Matt Hunter, trying to avoid the wreck that brought out this caution. Stadler, I think, feeling a bit sheepish, and that won't be the way he wanted his night to pan out, especially considering he started third. Coming down onto the pits, Peter Matson and Connor Brown, and it looks like just regular service being taken for those guys. Matt Hunter has managed to get his car repaired, and he'll make his way back out onto the circuit. So that incident with Stadler has ultimately not ended his night. He can live to fight another day.
So we've surpassed the number of cautions, the record number of cautions for the Brickyard 400, which is a 160-lap race that the Cup cars used to run at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, this year they'll go to a road course race instead. They are much less dependent on the aero, despite what you may think, tuning into a race this year with the amount of moaning they do about aero. But still, it's the same track, and we've surpassed that number in just half the amount of laps. We are 2 cautions away from equaling the real-life caution record for the Indy 500. 118 laps to go.
Well, still plenty of opportunity for us to match the record. The pace car coming through turn 4 at the moment, which means Dylan Gray back up into P1 is going to lead them away. Second is Ryan McCarthy. Phil Otto in third. Jonathan Bean a lapped car in 23rd, and JM Thomas up into 4th. But they got Jack Styles and Cameron Dance and the remainder of our overall top 5 in very hot pursuit as Dylan Gray gets the start. Ryan McCarthy is keeping within a good distance. He's got the draft. But that is quite the gap that those top 5 running cars have pulled out. Of course, being the lapped car in that as well. Craig Hawkins has started just up ahead of Jack Styles, Cameron Dance, Andrews and Newton. They're now forming their own little group, and Hawkins down there in the middle of the road. And oh no, I don't know if Jack Styles is going to be too happy with that one. Of course, it is oval racing and blue flags don't exist, so Hawkins doesn't have any obligation to let these guys by, but Jack Styles might feel that he was blocked there.
Hawkins has really held up the fresh tyre group as McCarthy up at the front goes by and takes the lead of the race from Dylan Gray. They've pulled out 3.5 seconds over the group that pitted under the previous caution. They are loving what Craig Hawkins has done for them. Behind them, It's Ducati and McCarthy now with Dylan Gray trying to fight back on the inside. They've got to be careful here. Phil Otto watching on in third. J.M. Thomas in fourth. Still they run side by side. And Jonathan Ben, 23rd, 2 laps down. Just a little way behind them as well. Gray can't quite slot in line because Otto's going to fill that hole to his outside. Now they get themselves sorted through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Ducati and McCarthy just sweeping around the outside of Gray there. Dylan couldn't quite keep the speed up, getting a little bit hemmed in like he was. The back view from Ducati and McCarthy. The ever so tiny rear wing that these Dallara IR18s use in their speedway configuration, and seeing a little bit of wiggling there from Dylan Gray through the turns. Some slight instability there for the number 002. As behind, Craig Hawkins still not allowed Jack Styles through, and that has massively held up that former lead pack. As you said, Ryan, they are absolutely loving it out there, our current top 4.
They've closed in. That side-by-side battle cost them a lot. Here comes J.M. Thomas.
Whoa.
Monstrous run. Goes by Phil Otto. And trying to go by Dylan Gray, but Gray holds firm. So just the one spot gained for Thomas there. But that was a really good run from him down that back straight.
He's showing his hand as J.M. Thomas right now. And trying to have a proper run at the lead, but running a little bit wide in turn 1. Dylan Gray slots back in ahead of him through turn 2. And oh no, it looks like there was a bit of a spin in the back. Yeah, into the fence for a driver.
Craig Hawkins hits the fence in front of Jack Styles and co. They all miss him. He comes to a stop on the apron and will stay green. But it did cause all of them to wad up, and there is a big mess of cars into turn 3, trying to get themselves sorted out. This all stemmed from Jack Styles, Cameron Dance, and all of them having to back right off the throttle when Hawkins got into the fence. There's going to be a massive gap for your leading quartet.
Yeah, this is huge. Simon Mazzomo makes his way past Cameron Dance there.
6
Dance and
seconds.
Styles swapping possessions.
6 seconds from the lead back to Cameron Dance now in 5th. Caused by that big checkup. Caused by Craig Hawkins grabbing the fence. Great job from all of them to sort it out in turn 3 and not have an incident. They're still trying to sort it out a little bit further back. That looked like Peter Matson maybe going for a move.
Yeah, Peter Matson, another lapped car in the midst of these drivers. He's trying to find a way past Matt Andrews with Shane Bowen and Robert Northway behind them. We're right on board with Eric Antilli, our pole sitter. Daniel Stevens, Thomas Hins, and Scott Newton in a line just up ahead of him. And then you've got Jack Styles and Cameron Dance up ahead. Dance is getting a really good draft from Simon Mazzomo in their efforts to catch up. Oh yeah, move for the lead. Dylan Gray getting himself past Ryan Ducati and McCarthy and just managing to get ahead of him. But wow, McCarthy with an excellent run down the front straight.
That was a great switchback right across his gearbox. He swiped to get underneath him. And they're having a great fight up at the front. It's not particularly fast, though. They're costing themselves a lot of time. They've had a few things go their way to continue to hold this buffer that they've got. But if they keep this up, they will eventually lose out and get caught by the group behind. 5.7 seconds was their buffer at the line to Cameron Dance, who's actually being towed around by his teammate in Mazzomo, who's still 2 laps down. Should have been 1 lap down. Not quite sure how he ended up 2 down again. But here comes Gray once more.
Have a look at the draft from J.M. Thomas behind as well.
Oh, a wiggle.
Dylan Gray just getting a little bit too much of the apron down there in turn 1. Good recovery, though. Good to see. Let's see how he goes at turn 3. Moves ahead of McCarthy at the turn-in point, and Thomas switches to the inside to try and take advantage.
Wiggle, wiggle.
Ooh.
Dylan Gray's not looking comfortable. I wouldn't want to be racing him quite hard if I was looking at this from JM Thomas's point of view. But I doubt McCarthy can see that when he's on his inside. Oh, no, here comes Thomas, takes them 3 abreast to the inside. Gray in the middle, Thomas down low, McCarthy up top. McCarthy will emerge with the race lead. Thomas goes to second and puts the wiggling car of Gray to the back of the train.
That was great racing there. All 3 drivers managing to make it through cleanly. And have a look at Thomas again with a magnificent run into turn 3 and sweeps down on Ryan Ducatier McCarthy to grab the race lead. Now, will Mr. McCarthy have another go at him here down the front straight? Dylan Gray is still right with these guys. McCarthy pulls out, goes for the move again at turn 1. Through he goes, and Thomas is holding on quite nicely here. Dylan Gray just not able to really stick himself into this battle at the moment, but give him a couple more straights and maybe he will, as goodness me, Thomas was so close to getting his front wing taken off there.
Gray got a whole lot of aero understeer through turn 2 that time.
Oh no. Jack Stiles with a spin. Doesn't look like any damage for him, though. Looks like he just got really crossed up through turn 2.
He got too low. He just got a fraction too low. And it unloaded the car. He couldn't save it.
Ever so slight tap of the front wing to the wall. I don't think that damage is going to be super critical for him at the moment, but it'll be a shame for him to have lost all those positions after fighting in the effective top 2 for so long in this race. So JM Thomas, currently your race leader. Ryan Ducatier McCarthy and Dylan Gray shadowing him in the podium positions. And McCarthy again with a good run down the front straight, going for the move at turn 1. And he is right ahead when they get into the turn-in point, but a slightly compromised entry to turn 1 doesn't seem to have harmed him all that much.
And Dylan Gray is starting to fall away. He's starting to really struggle. He had a lot of understeer again through turn 1. He almost grabbed the fence as Thomas fights back. He's losing touch with that slipstream now, Gray, as well. So he might start to fall even further. Filotto's fallen away. He's 1.5 seconds back and got Adrian Steffen, who's a lap down for company. This might continue for some time, between McCarthy and Thomas. While they're doing this, the gap to 5th place.
Oh, Gray in the wall! Gray in the wall! Oh, and into the inside wall as well. He manages to keep it off the racetrack, though. No caution, but Dylan Gray will be kicking himself for that one, but I think we could see that happening for at least a few laps before, Ryan.
Yep, he was starting to understeer more and more. I was going to say the gap to 5th place.
Oh, McCarthy! Oh, McCarthy's had a big slide. He tried recovering it, but now he's gone off the circuit again.
No!
He's going to come back onto it. Yeah, there we go. Caution number 13 there.
Yep, back it up, back it up.
Yeah.
Get out of that spot, man. I was going to say... the gap to 5th was coming down. Ah, there's Dylan Gray. Back together at last. Stay out, Dylan. Stay out, Dylan. There you go. If he'd have pitted there, he would have got a black flag. He can afford to limp around on 3 tyres for now. To at least keep himself on the lead lap and black flag free. You can see what happened to Dylan with that big understeer moment for him. Big hit as well.
And here's what happened to McCarthy. He had the lead of the race over JM Thomas and went into turns 3 and 4, but just a very slow slide. Managed to recover it, but then the tank slapper got on, and, well, through turn 4, not much he could do to recover from that.
Yeah, those rear tyres would have superheated themselves when he half spun it. So when he recovered it, as soon as he touched the gas and clipped that ever so small banking change between the apron and the entry to turn 4, it loops him pretty quickly again. We'll see some stops here, I suspect, from everyone.
Otto making his
Wow. Okay.
into the pits, but yeah, not too many drivers from our top runners coming in. I do see that
Dance.
yeah, Dance, Newton, Hins. Also got Matt Andrews, Alexander Sheridan, and Mitchell Bales in there too. Shane Bowen. Descartier McCarthy makes his way in. Oh no, there's been a spin in pit lane from Dylan Gray.
Well, he had only got 3 tyres, so give him a break. This will put Dance a long way down the order here. He'll have to be careful coming back through, not to get caught up in an incident. And same goes for all of those drivers back there. Hey, we haven't checked in on the Zoom all for a while. How are they all going?
Let's see how they're all going.
You ever sat back and realize how bad our director is at picking up? There we go. Thank you, Director Jay. Cameron's texting and driving again.
Mm-hmm. Don't do that in real life, kids.
Kinsey needs to make his bed.
Jonathan Baines still has one of
Beer?
the best man caves in Australia.
He's drinking beer, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, Daniel Stevens, yeah. Skating club for Hinsey. Oh, who's angry? He's angry. Oh, Dance said hello. Hello, Dance. Yep, eyes on the road, please. What? What was that? What was that signal at the end?
No idea. Dear. Oh, leader in the pits, J.M. Thomas, bringing it in as we need to check out everything that's going on in real life world. There we go. Acknowledged by Daniel Stevens. Stevens, incidentally, slipping through into the overall lead.
Hey, that's worth another drink. He needs someone to go and give him a refill up there, I think.
Yes.
I think he's running a bit low and we're only just hitting halfway. Someone send that man some more beer. Or some milk as well. And some milk.
Yes.
Just in case he's in the spot at halfway. Alright, halfway through race. Who's your pick?
That is a question.
Hey!
Oh, there we go. Big for Daniel Stevens. Little celebratory drink for filtering into the lead. I have no idea who I'd pick to win this one, because obviously everyone's really jumbled up right now, and we have yet to really see a proper sighting of who's going to be on their way to finish in the top 5. But I still wouldn't put it past the likes of Cameron Dance to bring this one away. Scott Newton and Thomas Hins certainly in there with a shot as well. But Daniel Stevens, I think, is going to be a very tough competitor to beat. Eric Antilli, of course, starting this restart in second. He's going to have a proper run at this. Hopefully he can make good on his pole position. He is back in one of the top positions as the restart goes, and Daniel Stevens gets a magnificent jump. Antilli not quite able to respond as Peter Matson, the lapped car, with Robert Northway up into third for company. And not much room given there by Matson.
No, they chopped each other there. That wasn't great. A good job from Northway to avoid a collision. Oh, look out behind. Clank. Yeah, Clank has got rush hour traffic around him. I'm trying to work out who's who in all of this.
Cameron Dance had to check up behind him and ultimately lost the position to Phil Otto. They got Connor Brown as well for company, down on the bottom, and oh no, oh! Connor Brown with a bit of a wiggle. Cameron Dance had to take avoiding action there, and now the concertina is going to begin. Scott Newton makes his way past Connor Brown. Thomas Hinz in the draft of Cameron Dance. Mitchell Bales sweeping around the outside of Connor Brown then, and Matt Andrews does the same. Cameron Dance now with an ever so slight gap with the draft of Phil Otto ahead of him, and big momentum there for Cameron Dance, the championship leader. Into turn 3 he goes, and that is position secured for him up into 4th.
Great little fight. Great fights happening, actually. There's two Middle Finger Racing or MFR cars. I don't know if that's still officially their name or not, but I'm going to keep calling them that. It was their name, at least. Trying to gang up on Simon Mizomo for 21st place, both a lap down. All 3 of them are a lap down. Or more. I'll get there. All 3 of them are 2 laps down. And they're all fighting for position. Nestled in between Northway and Dance on the racetrack. So in between 3rd and 4th in terms of track position.
That'll be an interesting battle to consider in the next few laps. Those 2 MFR cars with the pronged attack on Mizomo. This is the kind of battle that we were hoping to see in the top 10 right at the very start of the race. Robert Northway, though, he is keeping himself in contention here for the top. Oh, bit of trouble for Peter Matson up ahead. He just clipped the curb on the inside of turn 3 and went for a tiny bit of a slide. Lost some momentum to Eric Antilli and Daniel Stevens up ahead.
It just so often has been another caution to fly.
Yeah, that was
worked out
Ryan
well.
DeCartier McCarthy involved in that, as well as Adrian Steffen there. DeCartier McCarthy has lost his front wing. Looks to me like McCarthy lost it by himself in turn 1.
He did.
But
And
was
he
that the
would
incident that brought out the caution?
No, it would not have been. He was on the apron. So what happened to Steffen?
Well, here we are. Steffen in turn 4, coming off the exit. Oh, that's a big wiggle.
Oof.
Oof, indeed. And straight back onto the racetrack to boot.
McCarthy will be happy about that. I was going to say, so often on these restarts, 2 or 3 cars are getting away and a massive gap's opening up to the rest of the field. We had 6 seconds again from the leaders back to Cameron Dance in 4th before that caution flew. The lapped cars are just throwing a huge spanner in the works for our race leaders. And it's because the lapped cars are so often fast cars. I mean, look at J.M. Thomas. He was one of them at one point. And he was contending for the lead not long before he pitted a few moments ago. I'm sure he'll cycle back to the front at some point in the last 96 laps of this race.
Indeed, we are past half race distance, and we're just about to tick over half the allotted time for the race too. So I think if we can keep up these good green flag runs, then we might just be able to get away with getting this race done in under 4 hours.
Well, yeah, our first 50 laps was extremely long. That was about an hour long, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that means our second 50 must have also been about an hour long. Well, I was going to say our second 50 laps must have been shorter, but we're at 2 hours, so it mustn't have been. Yeah, we're on track for about 4 hours. We thought this race was going to be about 2.5 hours long. Pit road's closed. You can tell by those red lights at the top right of your screen.
Ooh.
But in come the drivers anyway. The penalty is just at EOL, an end of line, so it's no big issue, and it's an easy way to cycle to the end of pits. And if you're a lap down, I think it generally is open. Even
Still
when it's
wouldn't be
closed.
optimal for Robert Northway, though. He pitted from 3rd overall. And,
there you go.
yeah.
Oh boy. 18th stop for Robert Northway. Getting up there with Craig Hawkins. Where's he on track?
19 pit stops for him, and he is out. So I think if Robert Northway can continue here, he'll be able to overtake Craig Hawkins for the most stops in this race. There's a few challenges starting to emerge, though, in the pit stop count stakes. Matthew Ragsdale is on 11 pit stops, and Jake Manhire is on 12.
I'm actually a bit bewildered that we haven't seen Stevens and Tilley and a few of them who came in at lap 81 come in here. 25 laps in.
Yeah.
You would think, with the fact we had a decent stint there, you would think they would want to dive in, otherwise they're going to have to pit pretty quickly under green flag conditions. I wonder if that's the start of a bigger tat on his right arm, or if it's just a stripe. I'm curious now. What do you think?
I'd call it a tat, personally.
Yeah, but no, do you think it goes... Do you think it's a sleeve that goes up his arm, or do you think it's just one?
Right. Hard to tell. Another swig of the Canadian club for Thomas Hinds. I'd say I think I'd put money on it being a bigger tattoo up onto the shoulder. G'day, Simon.
Get your laps back, Simon. We're all disappointed in you. SimSpeed is disappointed in you. You've let down SimSpeed. And there's Cameron in his bathtub.
Of course, Cameron has done some work for Hyperstimulator in New Zealand, and that is a Hyperstimulator chassis that he's got there. Hyperstimulator is one of the oldest manufacturers of sim racing cockpit hardware in the world. They've been operating since I think at least the late 90s, early 2000s.
They also don't sponsor us. We'll go back on board with Gavin Barber for this restart in just a moment's time. Take you into the action. Barber will be restarting from P number 14, so a bit deeper in the field than he was last time we did this, earlier on in the race. There's a handful of lapped cars ahead of him as well, so about 16 or 17 cars between himself and the race lead.
Is that a cloud over the racetrack? Well, we get a bit of reprieve from the sun.
Track temp is 48.
So it's gone down a degree since
it's gone down 3. It was 51, remember?
Oh yeah, true. Yes. So I think the drivers will be liking that. Either way, it's time for everyone to close up and get ready for this restart. Daniel Stevens is going to lead them away up front, but we will stay with Gavin Barber for this one. See the field stretching out ahead of him. Daniel Stevens just passing the pit entry wall, and he gets going. It is green flag, and Eric Antilli trying his best to stay with him. Cameron Dance having the lapped car of Peter Mattison in between himself and Antilli. And Barber entering turn 1. You almost feel like he's going to fall over with the amount that chair moves in the turns here at Indianapolis. The weaving is beginning for the race leaders on the back stretch. Barber, though, staying nice and close to the wall.
Not a great restart for Gavin. And you can see he's lost 2 spots. He was 3 wide for a moment down that back straight. Robert Northway and Jonathan Bain go by him. Bain is a teammate of his, of course. But he was sluggish on that restart. He lost a lot of time to the car in front. He had no toe down the main straight. He gave a big toe to the cars behind and lost out as a result. JM Thomas goes by him now as well in turn 1. That leaves him high and wide for Daryl Hockey to follow through. Brad Clank is going to pick a piece of the action, and he's going to fall to the tail end of the field pretty much.
Yeah, Gavin Barber will be none too happy with that restart. Not optimal in any sense for him. But up the front, goodness me, going for it is Peter Matheson to get a lap back there.
Gets it.
So back onto the lead lap for the number 173. And Eric Antilli starting to advance on Daniel Stevens just behind for the lead. We got the duo of Cameron Dance and Simon Mazzomo. Mazzomo still 2 laps down. There's, oh dear, Stevens around the outside of Matson. Trying to keep himself here, and that's going to cost him some time to Eric Antilli coming onto the front stretch. Antilli is in the draft, but he's not going to be able to go to the inside for a move. Matson is right there in the middle of the circuit. Antilli doesn't want to go too narrow into turn 1, because that'll really compromise him.
I just would feel an incredible amount of pressure being a lap down and running with the leaders. I know it's legal, perfectly acceptable, and your objective is to get your lap back, but like, I feel if you make a mistake and wreck the leader while you're a lap down, it's so much worse than if you were both battling for the lead.
Yeah, agreed. Matson's going to have his head on a swivel and eyes on stalks at the moment. The world is watching him. As it stands, the world, of course, being the field and us on the broadcast team, everyone watching live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter. Matson moving back ahead of Daniel Stevens. Eric Antilli just sitting pretty behind. Just looking to be an observer for the time being.
He tried to snake his way down the back straight. He wants to get out and stay out ahead of Daniel Stevens. He knows if Antilli gets ahead of him as well, it'll be very hard to get back ahead of both of them cleanly. Tilly's watching this and just probably thinking about how he can get ahead of Stevens in all of this. Maybe capitalize on Stevens getting caught out wide.
Well, as it stands, he's...
Note, sorry, that Mazzomo is back in this as well, running 4th in line, 2 laps down. Still trying to get himself back onto the 1 lap down board.
Another defensive move there from Peter Matson. Daniel Stevens remains just ahead of him as they make their way through turns 3 and 4. Stevens looking reasonably stable there in the middle of the circuit. They're going to run side by side down the front stretch here. Stevens with a little bit of extra momentum, and he will be just ahead of Matson when they come into turn 1. He's not going to go all the way down to the bottom right away, though. He doesn't want to turn in there on Matson, get himself turned around.
Is there a point to be made here for Stevens to stop fighting him? Just let him get ahead? If you're Daniel Stevens, just let Matson go and pass you, and then sit behind him and use the slipstream.
Yeah, that's a fair point to make.
Safe feel.
But I think Daniel Stevens is a bit more worried about Eric Antilli and the advancing
got a crash
behind.
I just heard a big crunch somewhere out there.
I'm looking, but I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I feel ya. We stay green. But someone definitely hit a wall somewhere out there on the racetrack. Could have just been a kiss.
Mwah.
It definitely didn't sound like that.
Well, on board with Scott Newton, running in 5th. He's got Phil Otto just ahead of him there. Cameron Dance and Simon Mazzomo, the Fitzstye duo, the other 2 cars ahead, and they're all keeping themselves nicely in a line here, staying in the draft of the lead pack. Another lapped car for Daniel Stevens, Matthew Ragsdale. He's running at a reduced pace, and he's just letting everyone go here. Oh, but Antilli slightly compromised there between turns 1 and 2. Ragsdale's going to have to be careful here as Cameron Dance just avoided getting into him on the exit of turn 2 as there's a spinner in the back. Jack Stiles is around with some heavy damage. We already saw him with a spin. He's kept it on the apron though, and we stay green. But that's going to be, I think, 100% a retirement for Jack Stiles. Again, the rear end just got away from him.
Not sure what the cause was there. There is a very good reason why that specific wall is chock-a-block with tyres. and a lot of bouncy stuff. It takes some big impacts.
Indeed. Bouncy stuff is a well, it's a very interesting term to use. I would say that there is technical merit. Intilli to the lead, by the way, and into the pits.
Joining Stevens. Remember, they both pitted in lap 81. This is the point I made on the previous caution. Why haven't they pitted? They're going to have to put under green now.
Yeah, it's going to put them way back in the field.
And it's not like they can make it to the end from here. They're still going to have to pit 2 or 3 more times to get home, even if it went green all the way.
Yes, indeed. The critical lap is lap 172, in case you're curious. It's the earliest you can pit and solidly get home on a tank of fuel.
What that's done is it's put Mizomo 1 lap down.
It has.
Cameron Dance inherits the lead of the race, and he's right behind Mizomo. And he won't pass him.
Well, that's worked out very well for Simon Mizomo. Intilli, meanwhile, makes his way out of the pits. Daniel Stevens there up ahead of him. The car in between them is Peter Matson.
He must have pitted as well.
Indeed, while we were distracted by the incident for Jack Styles.
They'll fight to stay on the lead lap here. Actually, no, they won't, sorry. It was a slightly... no, they won't. Intilli is probably 5 or 6 seconds ahead of Mizomo. Caution.
Oh, caution. Oh, that is a big amount of smoke on the back straight. That's Mitchell Bales that has gone for a spin. Looks like he got unsettled.
Turn 4?
Turn 2.
Yeah, they're the same thing.
Have a look at this.
That is one heck of an overcorrection.
Bam. And I'm getting dizzy just looking at that.
Man, if that had been Gavin Barber. Oh, one heck of a zoom.
Certainly. So, that is 15 cautions, and it looks like we have broken the real-life record.
Yay.
The smallest yay I've ever heard.
Alrighty. Now this is actually, you wouldn't believe it, really good for Daniel Stevens. I think we'll see Dance and everyone that was still on track pit, and we'll see Stevens go back to the lead of the race and end up almost on the same strategy now as everyone else.
Yeah, true. This has actually been very opportune for both Daniel Stevens and Eric Intilli. So they may very well have put themselves right back into the fight there. And also, worth noting, Simon Mizomo has gotten a wave around for the pace car, so he's going to go right back around to the back of the field and not be in danger of going a lap down as Dance comes into the lane. He is joined by Newton, Thomas Hins, Alexander Sheridan, Matt Andrews, Shane Bowen, who's missing half of his front wing, J.M. Thomas, John Sorensen, Ragsdale and Mookie also in there too.
Otto and Northway stay out, which means Stevens will be third.
So Daniel Stevens, it's not over for him. Not over for Intilli either. They've still got Matson for company there.
Dance will comfortably win the race off pit road. Newton second off, Hins third off, Andrews, Sheridan.
It looks like they'll come back onto the circuit there just behind Eric Intilli.
Phil Otto's made a really bad call staying out. Like, really bad. He's got to be almost out of fuel, actually.
Well, yeah, he's on the 25th lap of his stint.
So he'll get another probably 10 laps out of it with the caution laps we've run. But this is the same boat Stevens was in. It only works out for Stevens because he got lucky with a yellow. Yes, we're getting lots of yellows, but really, do you want to bank a good result on catching a yellow when you could have just pitted and kept a top 5 spot anyway?
Yeah, it would certainly result in a bit less work for you to do.
I don't think it's worth taking a gamble when you're running in the top 5 anyway.
Yeah. Oh well. Only Phil Otto knows for sure.
Northway as well is... Northway is slightly better off. Pitted 8 laps after him, but he'll have to pit in about 15... in about 20 to 25 laps time.
Northway, of course, still on 18 pit stops in this race. Jake Manhire and Matthew Ragsdale are equal on 14 pit stops each. We've got 3 drivers still running who have done 8 stops so far. That's John Sorensen, Simon Mazzomo, and Brad Klenk. Everyone else is on 6 stops or less.
Hey, what do we think about Mazzomo's pace? If he can work himself back onto the lead lap, and there's still time to do so with 78 left and plenty to play out, could he get to the front and steal a top 5, maybe even a better result? We've seen him run the previous few stints very comfortably ahead of Cameron Dance.
Yeah, and he has done the fastest lap of the race as well. Remember, his 4-lap rolling average put him 7th on the grid too, so Simon Mazzomo is looking pretty comfortable out there. I'm very interested to see what he can do.
Other than complain.
Oh dear.
He may complain a bit, but he's a decent racer when he puts his mind to it, which is not often. So, the pace car will dive off of turn 4. We'll get our 15th restart of the day, with Phil Otto and Robert Northway on an interesting strategy leading us away.
Let's see how it works out for them then. Phil Otto leaves it till a bit after the start of the pit wall to go, and Northway, it seems he got a little bit of a better launch than him. And they've all gotten a better launch, including Jonathan Bean over the rest of the field. Daryl Hockey and Jack Stiles coming into turn 1 there. Daniel Stevens, though, with Eric Intilli and Cameron Dance. This is the proper lead pack, and it's looking quite interesting. Oh, it's attempted a run from Peter Matson as they go 3 wide down the back straight. Have a look at the run from Matt Andrews. He's going to go right by Peter Matson there, and Matson just avoids.
Intilli around, into the fence. Collected by Peter Matson.
Ah, man.
Shane Bowen with damage. John Sorensen's ended up turned around. We're still green.
We are still green. Intilli, though, I think is going to come to a stop here. And we're going to get a yellow very shortly. It was contact between Stevens and Intilli there. Oh, hello.
Another spin-up.
That's looking dangerous. That's Jake Manhire. That has brought out the 16th caution of the race.
Should have been flown earlier, but we get there eventually.
So what on earth happened here? It looked like Stevens and Intilli. Well, Stevens, I think, was a little bit higher than he could have been, but he was keeping a consistent line. And Intilli, coming down there, they banged wheels and just went straight into the wall. The onboard from Daniel Stevens will tell more of the story. Remember, there was a big battle going on behind these guys. Not too sure how to call that. Did Stevens move up slightly?
I'm looking at what happened to Manhire. I haven't looked.
Yeah. Either way, be able to see here Shane Bowen, the view. There's the incident for Intilly happening up ahead, and oh my goodness. That looks like what happened there to he hit someone, did Shane Bowen? Wondering if that was Manhire.
Yes, it was.
It was, yeah.
Manhire's right rear was collapsed at that point, coming off of turn 4. And as the track leveled out, the car veered hard right. And that's what spun him out. That's a racing incident between Stevens and Tintilly. Their two lines converged.
Yeah. Fair enough indeed. Here's the onboard from Mr. Manhire. Checked up and, oh no. Looks like it was a separate incident again. So it wasn't Manhire who was hit by Shane Bowen. It was John Sorensen, as we're seeing at the moment. Manhire and Bowen were close together, yes, but ultimately I think not quite hitting each other.
Manhire felt the hit from yeah, sorry, no, Shane Bowen hit John Sorensen.
Yes.
Yeah, we've acquired that. And then Manhire felt a hit from Matthew Ragsdale.
Right.
But Ragsdale didn't really touch him.
Another one of the pitfalls of online racing there. Shame there for Jake Manhire. He's now at 15 pit stops, equal with Ragsdale once again, incidentally. But Phil Otto made his way into the pits under that caution, and he is rejoined in 10th place. Robert Northway remaining out front after starting dead last.
There's been some big movers. Plus 40 for Northway is certainly the biggest. The biggest possible. J.M. Thomas, 36 to 8th. There's only 11 cars on the lead lap right now.
Yeah, Mr. Mookie, the last car to be on that lead lap. Mizomo moving ahead as there is a pitter just behind.
There's a few pitters.
I was just going to say you see on the screen there the display of the last pit stop lap. Currently, Otto and Mookie, along with Mizomo, are looking the best, along with Peter Matson, but there's a whole group there from third, Cameron Dance, all the way back to Gavin Barber, who all pitted around the same time. They're on the 7th lap of their stint.
Connor Brown will restart 4th in line behind Styles, Clank, Styles, and then Northway. Hill looks to get back on the lead lap. So keep an eye on him. Although he's been a bit sluggish on the previous couple of restarts, hasn't he?
Yes.
Clank and Styles will be racing for position 17 behind the leader, Robert Northway. They're both 2 laps down. They might want to race and get 1 lap back. Opportunity for Northway to pull a big gap here on this restart towards Daniel Stevens, who will restart 5th in line.
See how it goes then. Northway has control of the field and away he goes. Coming around to start lap 129 of 200. And Daniel Stevens already trying to pull out on Connor Brown, but unsuccessful in getting past him.
Cameron Dance flying to the outside of both of them. They checked up and Dance said, no thank you, I'm getting out of this right now. And now look at the run that comes as well for his teammate, Matt Andrews. On the low side entering turn 3, Stevens up top will at least keep that spot, but Connor Brown falling very quickly. He's got Scott Newton around his outside now on turn 4.
Cameron Dance is on a charge right now. He's just made his way past Brad Klenk on the start-finish straight. Daniel Stevens is going to try his best to stay with him here, but he's going to come up on Klenk in turn 1. Robert Northway all on his lonesome in the lead of the race at the moment, with just Jack Stiles in 17th for company. But he's going to have to start looking over his shoulder shortly as Daniel Stevens pulls out on Brad Klenk and gets the move done. Andrews, Newton and Hinds in a 3-car battle pack together. Connor Brown in 12th. Alexander Sheridan and J.M. Thomas battling for 7th place as well, as we take a look at that here on screen. Jack Stiles is... Whoa. Take it easy, boys. Sheridan and Thomas just about coming together there. It looks like Sheridan has dropped J.M. Thomas now, so he can afford a bit of breathing room for the next lap or two at least.
Stiles is clinging on to the back of Northway very well. He's actually electing to stay behind him. I'm not sure what the point in that is, because he's 2 laps down and, you know, he could still put himself in a really good finishing spot if he gets 1 lap down or even back onto the lead lap. He's got a chance to go 1 lap down if he goes by Robert Northway here, but he's sitting in and saving fuel for now. If the caution comes out now, he stays 2 laps down.
Yeah.
Or has to stay out and end up on an awkward strategy to get the wave around.
Cameron Dance and Daniel Stevens trading fastest laps there. Oh, yep, there we go.
It was a technical issue. It was a technical issue for Northway that triggered this move, though. But it works for him. Stiles. Now just the 1 down in this race. But here comes Cameron Dance. Half a second quicker than Northway the previous lap race.
Yeah, not to mention Daniel Stevens too. He's hitched onto the back of Cameron Dance and is looking to get himself up here as well. The gap just continually closing here for the top 3. Robert Northway, a slight wiggle in the middle of turn 4. Northway has the draft of Jack Stiles, so he can fight back against Dance and Stevens for the time being. I think it's only a matter of time before the Kiwi trio gets themselves swapped around. Northway actually gapping Dance a little bit now. Down the back straight here as Stevens pulls out, goes for a move on the championship leader. Dance, though, looking very comfortable in the middle of the circuit, holding the outside line, defending that position very well.
Yeah, that's all you got to do is keep your momentum up. That's what this track is all about, is the highest average speed. By diving low, you're narrowing off the corner. You've got to lift off more to get through. Or rather, you're scrubbing more speed off to get through. And you lose out overall. Northway, 3/4 of a second back to Dance and Stevens. Andrews in 4th. Hinds in 5th. We haven't spoken much about Hinsey, really, in terms of his position in the race. Quietly crept up there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has indeed. Making his way past Scott Newton and continuing to advance towards Matt Andrews. as Newton is just trying to shadow him here on lap 136. The onboard from Newton, you can get an idea of the kind of wheel work that goes on around Indianapolis. Nearly reaching 370 down the back stretch on the run up to turn 3, but Hinsey getting a bit more of an advantage through the turns. They might be hoping for, or maybe not hoping for, a caution in the next couple of laps. It would allow them to catch up to Matt Andrews. Dance and Stevens are continuing to fight hard in the top 3 behind Robert Northway. Meanwhile, those 3 still right together, line astern, and starting to break away now is Jack Stiles, as Stevens once again going for the move on Cameron Dance into turn 3, and he has to head before the turn-in point. Dance, though, regaining a bit of momentum throughout the turn. But Stevens securing second for the time being. That, however, has given Robert Northway quite a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, Northway's just leeching off that draft at the moment, and it's enabling him to maintain some semblance of a margin back to that duo behind of Dance and Stevens, which Matt Andrews is trying to get up to the back of. He's just about achieved that. Jack Stiles, probably the best friend right now of Robert Northway. And it's ironic because it's disadvantaging his teammate, Jack Stiles.
Yes, indeed. Cameron Dance.
Cameron Dance is back there in 4th. 3rd.
Oh, he's getting a good run on Stevens, though, between turns 1 and 2. Might be a move down the back straight. He has washed up a little bit out of turn 2, though, which has cost him a tiny bit of momentum. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on track in the one shot there, with Matt Andrews trailing. And wow, Northway is really starting to gap these guys now. You're right, Ryan. Jack Stiles is Robert Northway's best friend right now. He's taken advantage of that draft, and as these guys have been battling, they have just fallen off the back and out of draft range. Having said that, Northway is going to have to pit in a couple of laps. He's on his 35th lap of this stint. So it's looking likely that it's going to be a green flag stop for Robert. He does avoid the pits for one moment, though.
So this green flag stop is what Northway has brought upon himself by staying out and giving himself this track position out front of the field. He won't lose a lap because he is the leader. But it means he is going to need to stop at some odd times compared to the rest of them if we go green to the end of this race. He'll pit now, end up a long way back, and he'll still have to pit twice more. And he comes. The rest of them, will they have to pit 3 more times or 2 more times in this one?
With 60 to go, I'd say, if there's a caution, definitely 2.
Because if they need to pit 3 more times, if it goes green and get to the end, then Northway is still in with a shot. But if they need to pit twice to get to the end from here, Daniel Stevens and Cameron Dance, then Northway's shot himself in the foot.
We'll have to wait and see then if a caution does indeed come out in the final stages of this race. We're past 2/3 race distance here. We're currently on track for it to be another good green flag run.
Oh, race.
No, I'm touching wood right now.
Oh, I bet you are.
Oh, yeah. You know it. Oh, like just... Oh, my... Oh! Oh! No! Oh, I feel terrible. Daryl Hockey.
And so you should.
Ah!
You're an absolute disgrace.
Oh, I'm such a liability. What happened to Daryl Hockey here? Coming into turn 1. Just grazing the wall out of there, and that sent the car right into the barriers. My sincere apologies for the mother of all commentators' curses.
Why would you say that?
Look, I'm trying to keep the conversation going here.
Would rather have no conversation than that conversation.
It's not about us, it's about the viewers, mate.
The viewers would rather have no conversation than that conversation.
Goodness me. Can't win with you.
No. Now you're learning. Now you're learning, Reese.
Either way.
You wouldn't believe it, though. Remember when Stevens pitted under green and got extremely lucky with a caution immediately afterwards?
Yeah.
Robert Northway
Yeah.
is going to cycle back to the lead of this race. Stevens will pit, Dance will pit, and so will everyone else, except Northway.
Well then.
Bizomo is going to stay out, although he is a lap down to pits, so pits aren't open for him yet. It'll be interesting to see what they do, because these lap down cars, if they stay out, they will have to pit pretty quickly after the caution ends. But they will get a wave around here and be back on the lead lap. If they don't stay out, they'll be back on strategy with everyone else, but they will be still a lap down.
Wow, Thomas Hinz has really won the race off pit road there. He has managed to jump Daniel Stevens and Matt Andrews.
Wow.
Cameron Dance has come out in the lead of that pack. He's going to slot in behind Robert Northway, but Thomas Hinz with a really good pit stop there. Actually, a pretty average stop, considering the guys around him, but he must have absolutely nailed his entry and exit from his box.
It can make all the difference. 18 laps since Mizomo pitted. Behind him, 3 laps down, Brad Clenk. 2 laps down, Manhire. 2 laps down, Intilli. 2 down for Bain. 2 down for Brown. 1 down for Bowen. And Madsen. And then Northway. He's got about half a tank, we suspect, for that 18-lap number. And the caution laps that we're running. So he will stay out, as will everyone else behind him who's a lap down. So they'll all get one of their laps back. They'll all wave around the pace car here so that Northway can be the control car for the restart. That'll put Mizomo back on the lead lap. It'll put Bowen back on the lead lap, won't it? Yep.
It should.
Connor Brown back on the lead lap. Intilli. Manhire. Oh, no. They're already... They'll put them all onto a lap down, sorry. Those cars. Those cars were 2 down, now they're 1 down.
Yeah, righto.
Madsen and Bowen. Those 2 are on the lead lap, though. I got those 2 right.
That makes it 14 cars now on the lead lap. It's not been a bad run for Peter Madsen, all things considered. He started in 32nd and now up into 14th place.
There's some interesting stories out there, isn't there, with the ups and downs. Jack Stiles is now 16th. And one lap down. Another caution, he can get himself back on the lead lap. We thought his
Indeed
day
he
was
could.
done, remember?
Yeah. He did manage to actually get out pretty quickly after his previous crash, so yeah, he is still in there with a chance. I think one of the stars of the race though would have to be J.M. Thomas. He started in 36th place, now up to 8th, and remember when we were in the pit stop cycles earlier, he was part of that battle for the overall lead.
Oh,
So
I
I'm
meant to
interested.
say. Sorry, Reese. I meant to say while we're talking about him, he was my pick. When I asked you who your pick is at halfway, Thomas was going to be mine.
Well, we get to reset again and get a restart going. Robert Northway leaving it quite late as there was a car going into pit lane in the background. Cameron Dance sticking well with Robert Northway. Thomas Hinz making it up into third thanks to an excellently executed pit stop. And the top three are well and truly together. Let's see if Daniel Stevens can try and catch up to them as Matt Andrews fends off Scott Newton for 5th. Alexander Sheridan in 7th as there is the defence from Robert Northway. Cameron Dance forced to go to the outside there, but that'll translate into a slightly better line through the corners. Northway, though, maintaining the pace very nicely.
An interesting tactical choice from Mizomo. Caught the train at the end of that final lap and gets his lap back.
Stevens in the pits. That's a penalty, possibly. But what for? Maybe for speeding in the pits?
Potentially. Yeah, that choice from Mizomo. He caught the pack at the end of the last lap of caution before he went green, and then dove straight to the lane. So now he's back on pit sequence and on the lead lap. He is only about 5 seconds ahead of the race leaders. That is the downside, though.
Yeah, true that. Mizomo just crossing the line now and going into turn 1 as Cameron Dance behind Robert Northway continues his quest for this race lead. He does have experience though, just sitting behind a car up at the front. He might be wanting to try and shake off Thomas Hinz here. Northway taking very narrow exit out of these turns, which is a bit curious as just behind Alexander Sheridan coming under a lot of pressure from J.M. Thomas. Thomas just going wide in turn 3. Trying to straighten up the exit of these turns. He's going for those late apexes. Hasn't worked out for him out of turn 4 though.
Despite all the bounce backs and recoveries we've seen from drivers today after crashes and getting the spare car out, keeping your original chassis clean has been pretty critical to being fast. P2 through to P9 all have a spare car still available if they get into a late crash here.
And there's every chance that that could happen as Thomas continues to pressure Sheridan there. Sheridan goes defensive as it's now a 4-way battle for the lead of this race. Northway, Dance, Hinz and Andrews now latching onto the back of this, with Scott Newton just getting a whiff of a draft behind these guys. The view from the back of Scott Newton and then the view from the front across the line to begin lap 151. 3/4 race distance completed for these guys.
One stop to get home if we go green. That's why they're all saving fuel. They want as short of a final stop as possible. If you can save half a second in pit lane, it can translate to a much bigger gap out there on track if you can break the toe of a car behind.
Oh my goodness. Oh dear. That's a big problem there for Robert Northway. He managed to swing it into pit lane, but that race has just gone from bad to worse, and he's had a hardware failure, we're hearing. So poor Robert, after potentially putting himself in contention for some of the top spots in this race, that is a very horrendous way for it to end for him.
Yeah, I'm not so sure he did. It didn't look like he did.
Yeah,
It
I
didn't-
was.
Yeah.
I doubt that a little bit myself. I'm just going off what we're being told in the background, but man, that is quite disappointing for Robert Northway from the lead, no less.
It looked like he might have got caught looking in his mirrors, and he just straightened the wheel out a little bit too early. He just stopped turning. Look at this. It didn't straighten out, dead straighten, like you would see with the hardware failure. Look at that.
Yeah.
See
yeah.
the wheel? He just straightened it up a bit too much.
Ah, man. And, of course, you saw his car disappear as it entered the pits, and I think that's a telltale sign of an Alt F4. He was incredibly unhappy with that slight mistake.
Well, that was the hardware failure.
Yeah. J.M. Thomas continuing to fight his way through here. Trying his best on Scott Newton. Oh.
Washed up the track on the exit and cut Thomas off quite sharply. And Thomas had to backpedal a little bit there. How's this toe down the back straight? Not strong enough. Sailing around that outside line. Got some good pace, Thomas, in this 386 machine.
Or is this going to be a cut under?
It
Look
will
at that.
be. But not got a lot of momentum. It's going to stall out. There you go.
He does seem to be really comfortable on that outside line as
Well-
Gavin Barber into the pits.
The reason he's up there is that's not where the car in front is. So there's just more downforce to work with.
Yeah. Virtual Racing School replay. We'll see what happened to Gavin Barber here. Was this a mistake out of the final turn? Yes. Oh, man. I really wish we had the Zoom feed up for that one.
Newt drives it one lane off the wall just to try to dissuade Thomas from a look. But Thomas says, too easy. Around the outside. He
That
goes.
was magnificent. Brilliant stuff from J.M. Thomas. And now that he is ahead of Newton, he can start concentrating on Matt Andrews and the rest of our top pack here. Again, just, less aero wash, less disturbance behind the car in front, running that slightly higher line. You see he's sticking with it, and it's working out really nicely for him. He's making up time hand over fist on our top three.
Andrews had to check up on the exit to avoid the fence. That gives Thomas an easy overtake. Caution flies.
Just in time for J.M. Thomas too. He just made his way past Matt Andrews into third. As, oh no, that's Jonathan Bain, who's really heavily damaged his car. Another Virtual Racing School replay. We'll see what happened to him. And in the first half of the lap.
He also straightened the wheel up too quickly.
Oh, yeah. And, oh, my goodness. Jeez. That was very close to collecting some other cars out on track. So Jonathan Bain will be
Brad
ruining
Clank
that one.
might have just seen his life flash before his eyes when Bain flew up in front of him there. Hey,
Yes, indeed. On board with Brad Clank. You'll see Bain have his spin just there. Gets into the wall, back onto the track, and way. That was millimeters away from disaster for Brad Clank.
so that caution is good news for Mizomo. Remember, he pitted in order to get back on the same strategy as everybody else, but he needed a caution to put him back up onto the tail end of the leaders. He's done that now. He joins Daniel Stevens, who's in a similar scenario. Looks like Bain is now stuck on the grass. Come on, come on, give it some welly. Yeah, it's not going anywhere, buddy.
Yeah, that's a shame. Drive shaft probably disconnected. See if reverse works. On the subject of Daniel Stevens, we noticed that he did make his way into the pits when we weren't expecting, and hearing that it might have been because he possibly passed the safety car under the last caution. And of course, if you do that, well, you get slammed with a penalty as pit lane comes alive once again. We've got Simon Mazzomo in the pits, just touring his way through. Julian Mookie exiting his pit stop. Stevens in the lane too. We've got Shane Bowen and John Sorensen. Oh, that's awkward.
Mookie and Mazzomo come together, but they escape turning each other around, and the contact won't bring any damage. Now, this is not a bad call. I don't mind this call from all of these guys at the back half of the top 10. If we get a couple of cautions, they can probably stay out and make it to the end.
Yeah, they'll have to be banking on one more caution, though.
And they're going to have fresh tyres now for this restart compared to the guys at the front of the top 10. And a third point, John Sorensen smashed the fence coming out of pit lane.
Oh dear. So yeah, now he's got bit of extra damage to his front wing. We'll grab the virtual racing school replay of that one. Oh yeah, this is going to be frustrating for John. You know, you try to build up speed coming out of pit lane, because you have to navigate the pit exit lane on the inside of turns 1 and 2 here. But I think he just got on the throttle a little bit too early, carried a bit too much speed through the inside of turn 2, and just touched the grass and straight into the wall there.
Especially more frustrating to do that under yellow, not green flag conditions.
Yeah.
Where it would probably be seen more easily done. A few more takers to the lane in the background. Those cars will be ones that are a couple laps down, I would say. Going to have ourselves an interesting restart. 11 lead lap cars. A lot of them on fresh tyres. Mookie in 7th will be the first car on fresh tyres. Couple of laps cars. Styles and Otto between himself and their top 6.
Our director says someone looks stressed and puts Cameron Dance up on screen. Maybe he's wondering about a couple of things, whether or not...
Forgot to feed the sheep?
Well, certainly be getting to that point where you're thinking, oh, maybe I'm missing out on getting a couple of things done with how long this race has gone on.
He's not missing Married at First Sight, is he?
Oh dear. Perish the thought.
Sheep edition.
Oi. Oh, I wish that the viewers could have heard that. Oh, man.
So we'll restart with Mr. Stressy McGee in the lead of the race. Cameron Dance, Hins, Thomas, Andrews, Newton, Sheridan, 2 laps cars, and then a whole host of fresh tyres.
This is going to be quite an interesting stint of the race. Cameron Dance in first, Thomas Hins second, J.M. Thomas completing the podium positions at the moment, but the weave is already on for Cameron Dance as they start lap 161. We have 40 to go here at Indianapolis. And J.M. Thomas still working the middle of the road through the corners. Matt Andrews trying his best to get a leg up on him. He's got Scott Newton behind him, but Andrews with a magnificent draft on J.M. Thomas goes to the inside on the run up to turn 3.
Steady! He washes up the track and he has to back out of it. That'll give Newton a pretty good run out of turn 4.
J.M. Thomas has absolutely come alive in this second half of the race as the battle between Newton and Andrews continues.
And it's
Thomas
that high
is-
line that's working, isn't it?
Yeah, he's making up ground on Thomas Hinz now. You see him here as they come out of turn 2. Hinzy, though, with a slight whisper of a draft on Cameron Dance, allows him to stay ahead. J.M. Thomas getting the momentum done with that middle line. Oh, he might have to back out of it a little bit because Hinzy, almost thought he was going for the pits there, but Hinzy not happy with the way his car's working at the moment. Just not able to hold the inside line there.
Wondering if there's prior history between those two. I think his exact words over the radio were, "I don't want you near me." So he lets him go. I doubt Dance will make it as easy.
J.M. Thomas flinging it into the turns. Cameron Dance, though, responding there, running slightly higher through turn 4. And gets a good run.
Those fresh tyres aren't working brilliantly. They're not finding much ground at all.
Yeah, you see Dance is really, really caught on to what J.M. Thomas is doing now. He's trying out that higher line, and it seems to be working out well for him. He's maintaining the gap.
So let's see if Thomas can reinvent his line. Or if he's a one-trick man at the moment. 37 to go. We suspect these guys at the front can't make it on one tank, but those guys that pitted, maybe they're not thinking about that fresh tyre thing at all. They are thinking about the long game. Making it home without stopping. Is that what they are trying to do? It's a long way past the fuel window we were given. But they ran some laps under yellow. And if they get another yellow, they might fancy their chances of saving enough.
Checking out Daniel Stevens here. One of those cars that pitted under the caution. Chasing down Julian Mookie here for 7th spot. They got the lap car of Phil Otto just up ahead of them. Otto running in 13th.
Don't forget Mookie was also in the lane.
Indeed.
They just haven't gone anywhere. They both restarted here. They've gone nowhere at the moment. Lap times aren't fantastic either. Slower than all the cars in front of them.
Look at the run from Stevens. Getting a good draft from Mookie off of turn 4. And down the inside, down the front stretch, side by side across the line, Mookie lifts off on the entry into turn 1. Lets Stevens go there. Shane Bowen could put himself into this as well.
Mizomo not far away either. Last car in the top 10, Mizomo is. Cameron Dance running away now. Thomas Hinz has got back into 2nd place.
Maybe J.M. Thomas's tyres have started to overheat a little bit. He can no longer quite maintain that excellent pace around the outside that he could. I mean, you can see it right there from the onboard. He's still running that line, but it's not giving him any benefit anymore. Oh, there's a spinner in the back. Off the circuit, though. It is Jack Stiles in position 12.
Again.
Man, it looks like he did that all on his own coming through turn 2. It was a bit of oversteer on entry that he was trying to correct all the way through, but the car eventually got away from him.
Daniel Stevens going to make his way by Phil Otto, so now he's starting to make some progress. Mookie potentially was just holding him up a little bit.
We know what kind of pace Daniel Stevens is capable of. He is fighting back from a drive-through penalty. And he hasn't got long to go before he reaches Alexander Sheridan there, just up ahead of him. Mr. Stevens concentrating massively in his sim cockpit here.
Interesting that Hins isn't chasing the draft of Cameron Dance down these straights. It's probably costing him a little bit of time. Dance is running along the inside, down the back and front straight, and Hins isn't following him.
Yeah, you see it right there. Hins getting no benefit, and all of the benefit to J.M. Thomas, who's, I think, elected to sit behind for the time being. Oh, hello. Lap traffic there. Very slow is Jonathan Bain.
And slowing. Now he's picking up some speed again.
I think just electing to let that entire lead pack go, because Mizomo's by him now. Hins and Thomas, once again. I would think for sure that Thomas Hins would start following Cameron Dance down the straights now.
Yeah, it doesn't make too much sense. I mean, he would be a lot closer to Dance if he did follow him. Maybe he just doesn't want to get into that region of massive aero understeer where he does get closer. Maybe he's happy sitting back here.
He could also be potentially wary of how J.M. Thomas factors into it. Having said that, though, Thomas got a poor exit from turn 2, so he's dropped back from Hins slightly. And he's starting to close back in on Cameron Dance.
Yeah, Thomas was sort of aero pushing him, which was helping him a bit. $41,287 for Dance. 41,293 for Hins. 41.7 for Thomas. He falls right back.
And if you pit any time from now, you will be safe to get home.
And Stevens is up to the back of Sheridan now.
Been a good run of pace from Daniel Stevens. He's got the battling pair of Scott Newton and Matt Andrews up ahead of him as well, so this could be some big profit for Daniel Stevens. J.M. Thomas isn't too far ahead of them either. All of that lead pack in the same shot. No takers for pit lane this time round, but we'll probably be expecting these drivers at the front to come in, if they do need to come in, sometime within the next 5 laps or so.
Yeah, there's no way that Cameron Dance and everyone that pitted with him is going to make it to the end. It's been 30 laps since they pitted. They've had a couple of cautions. They can make it probably 5 more laps at max. The interesting one will be the group that pitted under the previous caution. What happens with them? There's no, I don't think there's any way they can make it if it stays green.
I agree with you there. They'll be counting on another caution.
It's still going to be at least a 7-second stop for all these drivers. They've got to cover off their 4 tyres as well. Down in the pit lane.
And as we touched on before, tyres are done with fuel, so you're ultimately not going to lose any time if you decide to take tyres. In the draft, though, for Daniel Stevens on Alexander Sheridan, the battle for 6th place. Stevens is right on the back of the pack of drivers that pitted with Cameron Dance. And this could be a run to potential victory for the number 3. What a comeback it would be from that penalty. Can't take anything away from Thomas Hinz and JM Thomas, though. Starting 23rd and 36th, respectively. They've been running incredibly strong. They've kept themselves out of trouble. They've worked themselves up through the field over the entire course of this race. Andrews and Newton still locked together in the battle for 4th and 5th.
Into the pits comes Cameron Dance.
Oh.
Followed by Jake Fox from 33rd position, 111 laps down.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's Alexander Sheridan that's coming with him. Jake Fox is still at a standstill there. He is out, well and truly.
I just flicked onto the wrong car. I thought he'd, hung in there and gone back out to gain some late spot. No.
That lane timer, goodness me, 6,220 seconds. So Dance comes out. And that pit stop, 8.6 seconds. That's roughly what we'd expect. As JM Thomas slots himself into the lead, Scott Newton into the lane. No, sorry, my apologies.
Daniel Stevens in as well.
Hinz and Andrews have gotten in too. Yeah, interesting that Stevens has come in. He's probably decided he's going to get that one out of the way now because he is with that top pack.
See, if I was Stevens, I wouldn't have taken tyres. I'd have only taken half a tank of fuel. That way he could have undercut them by about 4.5 seconds. Because that's all he would have needed to top up his tank.
Maybe he wanted the confidence.
Yeah, but...
Thomas and Newton into the lane as well. They make their way in, and Newton gained on Thomas in the braking zone for the pit lane. I was worried for a second that he was going to rear-end him, but ultimately coming away scot-free from that one. So Mookie, Bowen and Mazomo now your top 3. Matson moves up into 4th. And Newton manages to beat JM Thomas in the lane. Have a look at that. Cameron Dance making his way through. Thomas Hinz is going to overtake Scott Newton as well. So Newton will slot back into effective 3rd place.
Thomas latch onto the back of Sheridan in his slipstream. Mookie has got Otto behind him. So Otto will be looking to get by Mookie and get a lap back. Bowen, Mizomo, what are they doing? What's their strategy? They're staying out. And I think they'll stay out as long as they possibly can. And bank on a caution.
We've got a lot of stories coming alive here in the final laps of the Indy 500. Oh my goodness, that is a caution, and that is exactly what Bowen and Mazomo would have been banking on. Peter Matson, what a shame for him.
Well, there you go.
Matson got just below the line there, and the car got unsettled.
Ask and it shall deliver. Caution flies, and he got clipped as well by Connor Brown as he was spinning. So Brown will be disappointed.
Flying off.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed by that. And a front left tyre. Yeah, just too low for Matson in the corner. Rear end becomes unstable and it flicks around on him. Now, has Brown used his spare car already?
He has.
Apparently he has. So that's going to be traumatic for him.
So it's Dance, Newton, Stevens, Sheridan, and Thomas that still have their spare car in hand.
Everyone from 4th down to 10th has their spare car. The top 3 do not. The top 3, do you pit? Do you stay out? I would stay out. Save a lot of fuel. Put it in engine map 8 and roll that clutch.
Yes, indeed. Keep it in 6th place to boot as well. In 6th gear, sorry. Don't know why I said place. It's been a long night, hasn't it, Ryan?
Mookie's gonna pit. So is Otto. Bo and Mizomo. Well, they don't feel they can make it, so they're gonna pit.
There's
Just
the answer.
too far of a stretch then for them.
Well then, into the lane for all of these guys. Also joining them in pit lane is Jonathan Bain, who's had a raft of issues in the last green flag stint of this race. They're all taking tyres too.
Yeah. Well, they may as well in a caution. They're going to the back of the train, so why not?
Yeah.
And the rest of the field just did. If you didn't, you'd be a sitting duck.
Absolutely. Eric Intilli will get his lap back, we believe. He's filtered through to the front of the train and just behind the safety car.
There's only going to be a couple of laps cars in the middle of the lead group on this restart. Ragsdale still ploughing along, 11 laps down, and 19th is one of them. And he stands to gain a couple more spots in this one. He keeps that car 11 laps down and gets to the end. And Pilotto as well will be in the mix. It's been hard to pass for some of those guys towards the back of the group. Mizomo and Mookie and Bowen, they didn't go anywhere on that previous restart, even with fresher tyres. So it'll be interesting to see how they go here. We did see Stevens manage to make his way forward. We've seen JM Thomas charge through the field a couple of times tonight. But there's no time to wait around on this one, is there, Reese? It's going to be about 15 to go when we go back racing.
Yep, no time to dawdle at all. Jonathan Bain takes another tour through the pit lane as we only have 19 cars left running in this race. The last of them, of course, being Matthew Ragsdale. So our field has been reduced by half. Ragsdale, we got a question from the broadcast chat. Ragsdale has indeed passed Adrian Stefan. Stefan retired 78 laps ago. He is way down in the field, classified as a retirement. In absolutely no danger of being overtaken there is Matthew Ragsdale.
Do you think we make it to the end green?
I certainly hope we do.
I think we will.
We shall find out for sure. Through turns 3 and 4 with the city of Indianapolis in the background. Lights off on the pace car. And the high line through turn 4 for the field. Cameron Dance going to lead them away. The championship leader looking to get maximum points possible from this round. Second is second in the championship, Thomas Hins. Out-and-out fight between these two. Let's hope. Scott Newton remains in third as the restart is on there for Cam Dance. Immediately getting the weave on down the front straight. He gets followed by the rest of the top four. Matt Andrews, though, going to start to fall under some pressure here from Daniel Stevens, who's gotten a very good run through turn one. Dance breaks the draft again. Hins does not respond.
Yeah, why? It makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Hins will have his reasons.
Dance running a little bit higher there on the fresher tyres.
Now he's chasing.
Oh, here we go.
Top 5. With a little gap back to Sheridan. Little gap to Thomas. 8th and 9th behind him. Sorry, 8th behind him and Milky. Otto stacked up a few cars from that restart. Mizomo and Bowen are caught behind him.
And Stevens trying the move on Matt Andrews. Doesn't work out for him that time, but he's going to have the draft down the front stretch with a great entry into turn 4. Andrews is going to have to go defensive here. Stevens has no draft. Might have an inkling of one from Scott Newton. He's going to have to stay behind Matt Andrews coming into turn 1 there. Let's have a look at JM Thomas. He is running especially high lines once again, and he is starting to make up ground.
Yeah, that'll work for him for the first couple of laps. If we get a short dash to the end, Thomas will be a huge threat if he's closer to the front. Here goes Stevens on the high side. Can't quite carry the speed Thomas can, though. But he's slowly gaining ground on Andrews through turn 4 as well. And a strong exit. That'll work out for him. Stevens up into P4.
And pulling out there is JM Thomas on Alexander Sheridan. Inside line for turn 1, but Thomas seems weaker on the inside. As we expect, cannot get past Sheridan on that occasion.
Hinsey is chasing Dance to like halfway down the track, and that's about it. He's still not getting right in his slipstream. And that's the reason Hinsey is not on his gearbox, challenging him for the race lead.
Well, Bradley Wingard in the broadcast chat raises a good point. There's not much point in following close behind and getting past only to get past right back on potentially the final lap. I think Hinsey is just sitting behind and waiting because he knows that if he can stay within 0.3 of a second, that's where the draft is strongest. And he'll be able to line up a massive run, potentially on the final lap, to try and go for the win.
True. But he also could potentially make himself vulnerable to the cars behind, who are a bit more aggressive in their hunt of the draft. Newton kissing the fence off of 4 will help those in front and behind.
Daniel Stevens could go for the podium here. Right on the bumper of Scott Newton coming into turn 1.
Thomas round the outside of Andrews into the fence. Both of them. Andrews washed up. Thomas had nowhere to go. Now he's got a broken right front. Sheridan just gets around him. Caution flies.
Oh, man. What a shame there. Both of those drivers in very good contention, but now both missing wheels. Virtual Racing School replay. We're going to see how this happened here. Thomas around the outside of Andrews, and Andrews just washed up there. Coming through turn 2. And back onto the racetrack.
But they both got a spare car. That's the good news for them. But that's the danger of trying to run around the outside of someone. Now, Sheridan just missed Thomas as he sailed into turn 3 and realized he had no front right to steer with. And also Phil Otto just grazed the fence as Thomas was trying to arrest the speed of his car exiting the corner. He was caught, Otto, with cars to his inside and had to, well, use the fence to help avoid Thomas.
Well, that has put J.M. Thomas and Matt Andrews out of contention for the win. And have a look at the amount of crabbing there from Matt Andrews down on the apron. Crazy the amount of sideways movement that car has, and oh, you can't keep it going forward. It's a very frustrating trip back to pit lane for the Fitstyle Motorsport driver. And yeah, it looks like he's decided to take that one back to pits via a tow. Just cannot keep it under control. So it's all over there for Matt Andrews. J.M. Thomas, though, making it back to the pits and back out on track in his spare car. He remains in the top 10.
Yeah, he's not completely out of it. None of them are completely out of it with only 10 cars on the lead lap. Could see similar drama at the front when they decide to race. Now remember, there's no green-white checkers in IndyCar. So when a caution comes out with under 5 to go, with 4 to go or something like that, it'll end the race pretty much. And they'll finish under yellow. So getting to the lead is both crucial but risky. Because if you're leading by only a car length or so exiting turn 4, there's no way for you to win the race because of the slingshot that the car behind will get to the start-finish line. But at the same time, if you're not leading the race and a caution does fly in those final couple of laps, you've lost with no chance. Well, you've lost without ever really trying to win.
Well, whatever happens, this is going to be an interesting conclusion to the Majors International Indy 500. Cameron Dance right on the bumper of the pace car. Getting Lewis Hamilton vibes. Why can't the pace car drive a bit faster?
Probably were the similarities between Dance and Hamilton start and end.
Yes, indeed. So obviously, with such a short distance in the race to go, there are no takers on pit lane.
I would have said, sorry, Thomas would be a very strong contender with this short run to the end, as I mentioned earlier, but being involved in that previous caution is putting him right at the back of the group.
So if my count is right, that is, we're currently under the 18th caution of the race. Which is quite a big number. It has been a very long and arduous night for everyone involved in this event. But it's all going to come down to this with 6 laps to go when they cross the line next. Pace car obviously coming in at the end of this lap. Lights are off. They'll be prepping for a start. I think this... Sorry, go on, Ryan.
I think we're about to say the same thing. I don't think we can afford another caution.
Yeah, yeah. I would certainly agree with that, but it wasn't exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say that if Hins wants to turn up the aggression dial, now is the time.
Yeah, and it goes hand in hand with what I was saying. If the caution comes out, and he hasn't at least tried to challenge Dance, he'll be probably kicking himself. But at the same time, do you want to be leading? Not really. That's an awkward conundrum, isn't it?
Yeah. Certainly is. Well, we're going to get what is hopefully our final restart of the race on here. Cameron Dance monitoring what's going on. The pace car is in. When does he decide to go? He waits, he waits, he waits, and there he goes, giving the signal. And the weave on already. Glasses up, and away we go. High line for Dance in turns 1 and 2. Hinz, though, starting to really advance. Just a couple of car links between them. Hinz doesn't stay in the draft. He is following till about halfway down, but have a look at the run here from Scott Newton. The top three locked together, with Daniel Stevens just trailing off. Remember, he could still be a factor in this.
That's the other negative. It's going to leave him vulnerable to the car behind. Newton uses Hinzy's draft. He's going to get ever closer till he can make a move. Daniel Stevens has been incredibly fast into the last couple of laps of this race. He was coming really quickly before that caution flew. If Dance has this sort of margin on the last lap of the race, he won't lose. That's the other issue. Hinzy's got to get closer.
Yeah. He's got to get close and stay there. He is starting to drop Scott Newton, though, so he can afford there to... Oh, there we go. Hinzy really following Dance now. Right up to the rear diffuser coming into turn one. Newton has Stevens to worry about, so Hinz can afford to keep up the aggression here on the number 27. First and second in the championship, but first and second in this race. Huge weaving from Cameron Dance.
Back and forth along the back straight. It's legal. It's not blocking because he's trying to shake the draft. He's not reacting to the car behind. But once there's an overlap, he's got to stop doing that. So common in IndyCar to see these moves. I will say that Hinz is quite late in his reactions to those moves. He's still laying back quite noticeably a bit right now.
Oh, slight kiss of the wall for Daniel Stevens out of turn one. He manages to keep it going, though. Will be only minor damage, if any. Slight technical issue there for Thomas Hinz. This is not the time for that to be happening.
He's still being very coy with where he positions his car. Not quite completely chasing that draft of Cameron Dance. Coming to 2 to go. Newton under all sorts of pressure from Stevens. Stevens forcing his way to the inside. Might have just kissed the inside fence as well. Newton's going to hold on around the outside for third.
Got some really good momentum there, did Scott Newton. So Stevens is going to have to try one more time here on the final lap. Cameron Dance leading the snake down the back straight. Hinzy having a brief look up the inside. He is now close enough to...
Stevens in the wall. Can we get to the line? Can we get to the line? Can we get the white flag? We stay green.
Hinzy's going for it.
Last lap of the race. Hinz and Dance.
Oh, I'm loving this. Dance and Hinz in lockstep out of turn two. Back straight then. Hinzy will fall in behind.
Newton's going to get an almighty run on both of them. Don't count him out.
Oh, Hinz going side by side with Dance in turn three. This might just seal it. It's going to be a drag race to the line out of turn four. The Majors International Indy 500. Cameron Dance has a slight run here on Thomas Hinz. They're going to be side by side across the line. Newton with the run, but Dance is just ahead at the line. He wins.
0.003 of a second between them.
Oh my god. And Dance, incredibly happy with that one. What a finish. I'm so glad that we got that finish under green. Thomas Hinz smiling as well. He knows that he put on a fantastic performance in that one. He may have lost the race, but he certainly won his way up the field into second after starting outside the top 20.
Brilliant battle right down to the wire between those two. Stevens will be unlucky. Will be feeling unlucky to lose out like he did. He'll finish 9th. Newton, it looked like he might steal it, but I think he just suffered with them both being, side by side. He was getting aero push in both lanes, and so he couldn't close up at all and get quite close enough through 3 and 4 to get right in that slipstream range to pull it off. Where is he going?
Cameron Dance is going to get a celebratory drink. He's getting milk. Okay.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Yeah, there we are. Bottle of milk.
Hey!
It's not even opened. Did he have one prepared?
Open the milk bottle, Cam. Now, you know you've got to pour it up. Now pour it over your head, Cam. Come on.
He's got a headset to take care of.
Oh,
love it. Love it. Cameron Dance, winner of the Majors International Indy 500, backing up his win from last year. Just a fantastic finish to that race. As Dance goes through his victory celebrations, we'll take a look at the official race results from the Indy 500. Cameron Dance by just 0.003 of a second from Thomas Hinz. Scott Newton had a run on the final lap but couldn't get it done. Finishes a 10th behind to complete the podium. Alexander Sheridan comes home in 4th with Julian Mookie rounding out the top 5. Great performance from Mookie there in the final stages of the race. Really nailed that pit strategy, as well as Simon Mazzomo, who comes home in 6th after being 2 laps down at one point. Shane Bowen comes home in 7th with J.M. Thomas in 8th. If it weren't for that crash that brought out the final caution, he might have been in contention for the win himself. Daniel Stevens in 9th, classified there. Unfortunately, with a hit to the wall on the penultimate lap, he cannot make it through. Eric Antilli is going to round out the top 10 after starting from pole.
Pilotto will end up home in 11th. And Connor Brown in 12th. Not a bad result for him after getting caught up in a couple of incidents. Brad Clank 13th, Gavin Barber, Jake Manhire 14th and 15th, Matt Andrews, Jonathan Bain. Matthew Ragsdale ends up in P18, hanging in tough right to the end. Peter Madsen and Jack Stiles make up your top 20. And we're into the retirees now.
Yeah, we certainly are. John Sorensen, Robert Northway. Northway was leading when he crashed out of the final turn. Daryl Hockey, Mitchell Bales, Dean Alessi, Adrian Steffen, all not managing to come home with anything after being involved in crashes. Ryan DeCarte McCarthy as well. Dylan Gray was a star early on and in the middle stages of the race, leading at a couple of points, but unfortunately a crash took him out as well. Craig Hawkins classified 29th. Harold Stadler, one of the big heartbreak stories of the race. He started in 3rd, but it all went wrong for him in just turn 1, lap 1.
Certainly did. Johnny Bell, Matt Hunter, Jake Fox, Sean O'Hara, Pierre Cousin, Ilya Shamov, Bradley Wingard, Philip Morton, Adam Cahill. The rest of the drivers in this race, who came unstuck pretty early on, didn't it?
Yes, indeed. Very early on. Only 10 laps in, Adam Cahill retired from that one, and we'll grab a replay here of the finish side by side in the final turn between Cameron Dance and Thomas Hinz. And you see Scott Newton behind. He knows that he has a proper sniff at victory, but probably just an inch too far back to really take advantage of the draft. Hinzy was leading the way, but a slightly narrower exit out of turn 4, I think, is what sealed second place for him. Cameron Dance with a slight bit more momentum out of the final turn. And in just the last few hundred meters of the race, Dance overtook Thomas Hinz. And that, my friends, is what 0.003 of a second looks like.
A great job from Dance, holding that lead the final portion of the race. I still feel slightly mismanaged from Hinz. I mean, it was never going to be easy to pass Dance. Look how tight that was. That outside was powerful all night long. And it was the outside that got the job done. For the number 27. That will be the closest race victory you'll see this week, I dare say.
Yeah, 100% agree as well. Man, we've got quite a bit to talk about here with our podium finishers. The first guy we're going to talk to is Cameron Dance. Yeah, the boys, you say in the broadcast team chat. Yeah, the boys indeed. You're an Indy 500 winner 2 years in a row.
Not quite 2 years in a row, but it's at least 2 times now. So yeah, oh man, I can't believe it's actually happened again. That was, I thought Hinsey had me, but not the case in the end. That outside line just seemed to hook up right at the run to the line. So yeah, lost for words.
Yeah, my apologies for that gaffe. I for some reason think it's still 2020, and I think a lot of people around the world do, considering how things have been going. But Cam, it was all in that last green flag stint for you, continually breaking the draft of Thomas Hins, and were you interested that he didn't quite respond to you?
Yeah, it was. I mean, the way that the current Aero model is, it's like once you're within 1 second, you've pretty much got no real show until they get to about 0.4 back, and then it's just a matter of how much Aero wash they're going to end up experiencing and how they can drive around it. So, yeah, it's just one of those things about at the moment, and I knew that breaking the draft was going to be really the only sort of chance I had if he was going to set up a run. So, yeah, it was just one of those things that at Indy, you just more or less do every single lap you possibly can, and yeah, in the end, it seemed to work from what the result showed.
Yes, indeed, and I mean, it was a very hard-fought race all the way through, especially with the amount of cautions we had. I mean, it obviously was very, very punctuated early on for you. So, you know, how did you feel about that? Just having to back off a few laps at a time, only getting a couple of laps of green flag running in.
Oh, it was mega frustrating. I mean, the fact that we did like barely 10 laps in a row most of the time. I mean, we hardly even did 1 lap in those early parts. So yeah, it was a little bit stink to have that happen, but with the weird thing that happened with the track, it was very, very odd at the end of the day. But I mean, everybody more or less was on the same sort of page, so you sort of had to drive around it. Obviously it caught out some more than others, but yeah, it was just really, really weird, and unfortunate we had so many cautions because it could have been such a much better race. But it is what it is at the end of the day, and you just have to take it as it is.
And final question, the outside line, or really the middle line around this track, we did notice that J.M. Thomas was using it to great effect early on, and you started using it a bit more towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I actually noticed. I actually ran the fixed race 500 as well, so I had experience and knew what the go was. But yeah, that outside line seemed to be really, really hooked up once there was a bit of rubber down, and I want to say it was down to just the way that the track, dynamic track worked. But yeah, it just really, really hooked up late in that mid to late part, and it just seemed to really, really work. And from what I could gather, it was the best way to actually get a run on someone and pass them, just because of the way that the aero wash was. So it was just one of those things that had to look at and go, that's going to be some use at some stage, especially on the run to the final corner, and based on how much gap you needed and everything, yeah, it was going to be one of those things that the guy on the inside is probably going to struggle to hold it, and in the end it's going to give you a lot more momentum to hold it around the outside.
Well, you have drunk the milk. Who would you like to thank, Cam, from your garage at TechSense Fitstyle Motorsport?
Yeah, just first of all, shout out to all the boys at TechSense Fitstyle Motorsport. Jack, Simon, Phil, all drove a really, really good race. Unfortunate that the results didn't quite come for everybody in the end, but nevertheless, a lot of points to come away with for the team and myself as well. Obviously, our partners, TechSense Sensors, Renville Harnesses, Demon Tweaks, Fight CRC, Majors Garage, you guys for putting on an awesome broadcast, Mike and the team for the awesome series, and yeah, cheers, boys.
A lot more milk here tonight for Cameron Dance, the winner of the Indy 500. Next up, we have got P2 Thomas Hins, stood by with Ryan Jones.
Indy, so close. Yeah, 3,000ths of a second. Does it give you any consolation to come up that shy of the win, or is it? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. To be honest. After all of that, after how long that first half took, and just all the shenanigans going on, especially because I was obviously in the pack for a lot of that, just to be in the end there in the fight, I was sort of pretty happy with, really, to be honest. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. We had a little bit of net code. I probably didn't even show, but it was just the most minor little net code thing on the Exeter 4, which is kind of why I jinxed left a little bit, because I sort of reacted to that, because I didn't know if I was going to go around, because obviously when you get that kind of net code, it can just flip you around straight away. So it's one of those, oh, if I didn't have that, maybe that was the 3000s, but again, that's racing. You get that. Unfortunately, obviously, Dan there at the end, Dan Stevens got it way worse than me with netcode by looks of mind anyway. But yeah, bit of a shame. Yeah, shame to miss it by that much. But I mean, it was a great race to the end. Awesome fun, finally encounter like that. So you know, I'll take it given I started where I did. So.
What do you think about the cautions then? I just looked at the race results here. We had 20 cautions for 60 laps.
Yeah.
Our Indy 500. What was your take on the racing out there as a whole?
Well, Joe was probably he might have been seeing my reactions to a lot of it. Yeah, yeah, it was interesting. A lot of stuff, just a lot of aggression from very early on. And I know even from like sort of lap 125-30, you can look to start being more aggressive. But even then, you know, it's to a certain degree. And obviously, as we know, especially with Indy and anywhere like this with super speedways, you don't really want to be the lead car unless you've got teammates helping you. You don't really want to be the lead car. You want to be sort of second, third. So it was a bit weird. A few guys there really pushing hard to seemingly get to the lead at the end. I was a bit mystified. So it was a bit interesting. There's some aggression that I don't think needed to be there throughout it, and I don't think that helped the cautions. But you know, again, I guess with the majors, because it's all using every discipline, you know, people who are maybe less experienced in Indy, again, I'm a noob as well, I can't say anything, but you know, different disciplines where people aren't as experienced, so you're going to get that, especially when it's a big field like this. So not ideal, but you know, in the end, it's how it is, I guess, with majors, with the disciplines. Well,
you say you found it interesting, everyone was fighting to get to the lead. It was a car that led the beginning of the final lap that won the race. I was saying you were mismanaging the final stint of the race. You know, not sitting in the draft quite as much of what's his name, Cameron Dance.
That guy.
The car that won. You know, I felt you could have been a little bit more aggressive. And in the end, you did fall 3,000 short. You let out of turn 4, though. I mean, do you feel you could have done anything different, or do you think you did your best?
As I said, I mean, I'm not going to say, as I've said many times, I'm not going to say I'm anywhere near experienced, so I probably could have really, you know, anyone who's done more oval would have probably maybe been able to say, hey, look, you should have done that, and that's fair. If that's correct, then fair enough, I mismanaged, but I felt like I was in the right spot. You know, I was happy. I was more worried about keeping Scott behind, so he didn't have the box seat in second than passing Cam for most of that. I figured I'd get the run, get it done. I felt like the car was feeling really nice, so I thought I could hold it and get the run, get it done in the last laps, just so obviously he couldn't retaliate, because I know Cam's quick as buggery and way better on oval than I am. So I don't know, probably, as I said, I may have, but I know I gave it my best shot with what I thought was the best way to go, so that'll do for me. And it's still got a second, so I can't be disheartened with that. And as I said, having a great, as always with me, had an epic battle at the end, so that makes it worth it now. So
certainly does. Who do you want to thank for help when you get there, apart from that nice cool Canadian club to your left hand?
Thank you. Yeah, the 2 Canadian clubs, I got 2 of them done. I was only thinking I'd get 1 done, and then I'd got a refill, and I was informed the fridge had no more left. I was like, God damn it. Anyway, but CC, thanks for fueling me. Obviously, SimRacing channel, all the sponsors on the car. It's a little bit outdated, the Indy car, I think, now, because it's one of our really old ones, but still, all the sponsors there, you know, Craig Serb Shop, Gaming Keys, all the others on there. I'm really grateful for sponsors, sorry. And then obviously Henry James Racing, we're really here for this one, but just thanks as always for them being awesome. Thanks for Majors again for putting on a great show as they always do, and thanks for you guys for the broadcast.
Thank you very much, Indy. Go and celebrate your P2, and we'll see you next round at Le Mans.
Bye-bye.
Well, Thomas Hinds with a very strong second place finish, and the final driver interview of the night, P3, Scott Newton. Well, Newton, it's a 3rd place for you 2 years in a row, but again, you were right in the fight of it, right to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely, Reece. It's certainly good to back up last year's effort after a couple of months out of the seat. So yes, really pleased with that. But yeah, to be honest, the way that I was feeling at the start of the race, it looked as though that I couldn't necessarily gain much in the toe to be able to overtake. So it looked as though that some of the cars around me were a little bit quicker in the straights, in terms of downforce and all that sort of thing. But just the way with the way that the toe works and that, thankfully I was able to hold my own and just pluck my way through the cars that had trouble. Especially in the early part of the race, I think I went up from like 12th to like 7th in the matter of the first 2 to 3 laps. So yeah, it was certainly a positive race for myself.
Yes, indeed. Very positive indeed. And amongst the top 3, you were the first to take your final pit stop. Do you think that ultimately worked out for you in the end?
Well, I think if I recall correctly, I think it might have been one of the last ones. I think I went in with JM, I think.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm reading the numbers wrong. Yeah, so obviously, yeah, you you ended up taking a bit less fuel at your final stop.
Yeah, it was, I think I managed to jump ahead of Andrews, who was one of Cam's teammates. And yeah, I only had to take about sort of 41 to 42 litres at the final stop, just due to the fact that I was in traffic all day, so I was able to save that little bit of fuel and get the jump. And then, like, that was pretty much right on the fuel window for me. And then obviously a couple of laps, it was either 1 or 2 laps later, the safety car came out for yet another time. So like, if I had an extra bit of fuel, I probably would have stayed out just to run the tank dry, but then that would have put paid to my track position due to not being able to pit under the safety car for the first lap. So yeah, the strategy was pretty much just follow the leader, and within a lap or 2, just to give that little bit of a buffer. So luckily, when the safety car did come out, I was already pitted and pretty much could go to the end from there. And it was just a case of holding on. I think coming out in 5th position, I think, at the time, and then there was another car that pitted after the safety car, which wouldn't have made it. So it was a bit of a not the best decision from that car, but yeah, it was certainly a feisty battle in the sort of last 10 laps as well.
And speaking of those last 10 laps, I mean, you can be incredibly happy and deservedly happy with another 3rd place in the Indy 500. But do you feel that there was anything that you could have done different in the final few laps to get just a little bit closer to Dance and Hins?
Probably trim out the car a little bit more, just in terms of straight line. But also, I think there was a couple other changes that I need to make to the car to be able to get that top end as well, and just the exit out of the corners to be able to utilize that as well. But yeah, a couple of little tweaks. I think going into, I think the Open 500s are this weekend. Well, this weekend coming up, not today and tomorrow, because I think the fixed 500s are this weekend, and then the official Open series is next week. So whether I have a crack in that remains to be seen.
Well, hopefully if you do, then you're able to match, if not better, this result. Thanks for joining us, Scott. Before we let you go, is there anyone that you'd like to thank from your garage?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a big shout out to all the guys at Apex Racing Team and all the sponsors, SDK Gaming, Virtual Racing School, and St. Peter's PC Systems, and obviously to you guys for putting on the broadcast.
Scott Newton for Apex Racing Team, 3rd place in the Indy 500. Well, Ryan, that brings to an end proceedings for tonight. Next round is going to be the Le Mans 2.4, another hard, grueling event, and it'll be interesting to see who comes away with the top spoils in that one.
Yep, and as you mentioned earlier on, it's going to be a bit of a retro round, that one. So it's going to be really interesting. And I dare say, though, that despite all of that, we're going to see similar names at the front.
Indeed, we will. Cameron Dance will hold on to his championship lead. Thomas Hins will hold on to 2nd place in the drivers' standings. And the fun doesn't stop on SimSpeed TV. In just under 8 hours' time, we're going to go for the iRacing Grand Prix Series official split at 6 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So keep an eye out for that one if you're up at that hour of the morning. But we will see you for the next round of the Majors Series in just a couple of weeks' time. The Le Mans 2.4 is coming up on the weekend of June the 20th. It's going to be June the 19th for the international region. I'm Reese Gardner, Ryan Jones alongside me, and Jay Kennedy directing. From all of us at SimSpeed TV, it was a fantastic Indy 500, and we've loved bringing it to you. We hope that you enjoyed the show as well. We will see you next time.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my god!
Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my god.
God, what?
Oh,